Hello. Hi, Plasma-O-Matic. What up? Hi, Friendly. Hi, Solve. Welcome. Hi, Marble. How is everyone doing today? Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you for watching, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed. I had a fun time. I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. Anyway, hi Floppa, hi Royal, hi Vin, hi Pittsburgher, hi Ace, hi Fallen King, Truly Foursquare, what's up? Hi 3 Yams, hi Gestino, Wasif, hello. Your Hoko Steander, hello. Hi Old Channel Cleef, hi Sir Rickalot. Hi Marble, hi Snorv UK, hi XCCV, hello. Hi Crafty Dragon, hi Blixer, hi John. Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Today, we are going to be ranking my extreme demons in spreadsheet format. So, last night, I had an absolutely fantastic idea. So much so that once I start figuring out how I'm going to do everything, I will start talking a little bit about it to tease it so you guys can be like, holy shit, you are an actual fucking genius, Aeon. What the hell? But that's going to be in the future a little bit. But I'm going to make my spin on Technical's video of ranking all of his extremes. So I have laid out here, as you can see, a spreadsheet where I could just kind of like type in shit like this, right? And then you get like a total score, right? And that's what we're going to be doing. That's primarily what we're going to be doing today. What we're going to be doing or focus on today is I want to be really, really thorough with this, right? I want to be really, really thorough with this. So I'm going to be, for the songs, I'm going to straight up just go through all the songs and listen to them, really feel them out properly. So this is going to be like a multi-stream project, right? We're just going to have a fun chat and talk about it. And then as I figure out the video more, I can start like revealing like small things, right? It's going to be a really, really fun time. I have a fantastic idea. I'm really, really excited for it. This is going to be my chance at video of the year. I'm telling you that much already. I know it sounds really stupid considering the fact that I'm just ranking my extreme demons, but trust me on this one, okay? This is like the definition of trust the process, okay? I've already gotten all my enjoyment scores. As you can see, right? As you can see, I have separated gameplay and enjoyment. And the reason why is because Kinos, let's take Kinos for example, because I think Kinos is like the greatest example of this. I fucking love Kinos. I think Kinos is so genuinely fun. I have a lot of complaints about its gameplay. I think the gameplay in Kinos is very flawed. I think there's a lot of things to like nitpick about it. I think there's a lot of like small things that are really dumb. But that doesn't reflect in my enjoyment. That doesn't reflect in how much fun I personally had playing it. So I'm going to split enjoyment. I'm going to split gameplay. They are two different things. Gameplay is like a 30%, and enjoyment is a 40%. So my enjoyment is more important at the end of the day. But I wanted to make them two different things because I think they're two entirely separate entities, basically. As for a song, that's just the song. The vibe is similar to enjoyment, just a very, very, very subjective thing. Do I just kind of fuck with what it goes with? I'm not gonna lie. Take Cataclysm, for instance. Cataclysm piano part, immaculate vibes. Glide drop, immaculate vibes. Acropolis, low-key, kind of a banger vibe. You get what I mean, right? Like, you're understanding. So that's what we're gonna be doing. Anyway, first and foremost, we're going to be doing some other fuck-ass things first. Let's gamble. Who likes gambling? Does decoration play a role in vibe? Absolutely. The decoration is going to be a big part of the vibe. Because the decoration is what creates the vibe. So vibe is a little bit ambiguous in that way. But I think something can have good decoration without having a good vibe. So if I like a level visually, but I think the vibe is kind of just whatever. Take Helios, for instance. I think Helios looks good. I like Helios' decoration. However, I think the vibe of Helios is kind of just mediocre. So anyway, we're gonna be doing our dailies to begin with. You guys know how it is at this point. We're starting off with our dailies. We're gonna be doing RNG, we're gonna be doing Wordle, Pokedoku, and connections, and that's pretty much how we're gonna be chilling with. So yeah, let's do our first gamble. One of many. 2, 9, 4, 3, 7, 7. That's gonna be a shit one. I think we're just flopped mega hard. I'm not gonna lie. How flop is this? Probably exceptionally. That's so bad. I am so bad at gambling. Oh my goodness. Hi Disvin, what's up? Hi Mikau. Hi Cypher. Hi Pickle King. Hi Klez. Hi Leah. Hi Broken. That's unfortunate. Let's do this instead, because this is something I'm a little bit better at, hopefully. Oh. Shell. Dress. No. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I put the E the same place. I'm dumb idiot noob mode. Testicles. No. I want to do that doesn't work. What's something I can work with here? I wanted to do Dress Rosa, you know it. Shell and not shelf, gotta be a throw. Nah, I like the double letters. What if you try tests? Can't. There's not 2 S's. I think the S has to be here, right? Or is it maybe here? Huh? What the fuck is this word? Oh my god. I thought it was gonna be zesty. I thought it was gonna be zesty. I might not get it. Fuck. You can't be bestie, because that would be B-E-S-T-I-E. Pesty? Jesty? Fuck that. It could be like everything. It could be absolutely all of them. Hi Tam. Hi Evil. Evil Eventide. What's up, man? I want to do jesty because that would be funny. No. It's not a word. Nesty. That sounds weird, though. I want to run pesty because that was the first one I thought. Fuck! It's actually over. It was testy. I even wrote that out fully, by the way. I even fully wrote out testy as a joke as for testicle. And that was the word? That's cringe. Anyway. What the fuck's a Yukon? Viking helmet. I'm thinking like common like iconography for sports teams. Rhino has horn. Viking helmet has horn. The devil has horns. What the hell's a Yukon? University in the US. I see. Hi, Hero. How's it going? Hi, Judy Player. What up? Papal. Papal? That sounds religious in some way or another. Forerunner. Stretching. Balance. Cardio weights. Things you... Exercise, things you things you do at the gym. Part of a workout routine. Fair enough. Brass band trooper. Super trooper. ABBA. Broncho. Strip. L. Venom. Love ABBA. Who doesn't love ABBA? Let's be real. The University of Connecticut. I see. How many extremes have I beaten? Like 300 something. Brass band. Viking helmet. I'm still kind of liking the horn one. I just don't know which other one it would be. Because I don't know what I straight up just don't know what Papal Venom and Bronco is. Is it Broncho? Venmo, PayPal. Stripe Pay? What the fuck is Stripe Pay? See, I'm seeing things. I just don't know the last one. Zelle. I would never have gotten that one because I only know Venmo and PayPal because Venmo is what everyone plugs and then PayPal is that. I've never heard of Stripe or Zelle. Don't know what those are. We have one called Vips. I'm very confident in this one, by the way. Trooper, Forerunner. These ones feel correct. So I think I can run that one. No. No. Fuck. It might be over. So you're feeling that one though. That Trooper. This would be way easier if I just knew what Broncho was. I'm not gonna lie. We use something called Vips. Is this one so fucking cringe to go brass band because horn instruments like a trombone and shit? Yes, it fucking is. Oh my god, I hate this game, dude. This might be the worst fucking game ever, man. This is the worst game ever. I hate this game so much, man. That's so dumb. That's so cringe. Ugh. Whatever, man. Hi, Chloe. Hi, Conway. Hi, Blue. Hi, Evulsion. What's up? Anyway, dual poison type. What's a cool dual poison type? I kind of want to... Since I flopped really hard yesterday with Petron, I'll run that one. 2%? Fair enough. Poison Kanto. Poison Water. What can we run Poison Water? We have Quillfish. And then we have Toxapex. And Marini. I feel like everyone knows those, though. I mean, if there was only 3... I don't... No, Tentacruel. We have... Is there anything in Gen 2? No. Is there anything in Gen 3? No. Was there anything in Gen 4? No. Some people might think Gastrodon, but that's water ground. You would almost think Toxicroak, because Toxicroak has dry skin for some reason. Clodsire? Clodsire is ground poison, actually, so no. Hi, Mikau. Skrelp. Skrelp might be the shout, actually, because Skrelp evolves into a dragon poison type. So Skrelp, or Dragalge loses the water types. I think that might be the shout, actually. I think that's a really good one. Never mind, I fucking suck at this game. God. Why did so many people guess that one? There's so many water poison types, aren't there? You got the Tentacruel, Marini, Toxapex, Scralp, Quillfish. I guess maybe Quillfish might be the lowest one. Not Quill or Overquill, because that's dark poison, I think. Anyway. Poison Kanto, though. What's a good poison from Kanto? We can run the meta of doing a Mega Evolution, because no one ever thinks of Megas as that gen. They always think of it as Gen 6. You want to know the least... sure. Actually, no. Neon, I don't want to know. I'll figure it out soon. For Kanto, we can do the Nidorans. Coughing, Grimer. The Bulbasaur line. I think I want to go... maybe Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill's bug poison. 1-3? That's good enough. Hi, Arion. How's it going? Ice dual type. My immediate thought was Shenpao, but Shenpao feels a little bit too easy. You have Dugong in Gen 1. You have Articuno. In Gen 2, you have Swinubline. You have Delibird. Delibird could be a fun one. Sneasel, Weavile, Snorunt. Snorunt's a shout, I think. I think Snorunt might be a shout, because people don't think about Snorunt, but it might be in people's conscious now because of Mega Frostlass. But if people didn't play Legends EA... Finish with a Unitas 76? Nice. I think Skrelp cooked me from getting any lower than like 100 today, unfortunately. Mega Frostlass might be... No, it's dual type ice. I'm fucking stupid. Don't mess that up. Maybe Swinub then? I like Swinub. Ooh! Manitan Galar. Rotom Fridge is a good one. Rotom Fridge is a good one. I think I like Darmanitan Galar, though. I do very, very much fuck with this one. Yo, Generic Top Hat, what's up? I'd recommend both. It kind of depends on your budget. Because like, if you can't afford to put in the money for a Wooting, it would 100% be the Wooting. But the sale is just cheaper, right? And they're both like very, very good. It can be at times, Mage 10 for sure. 4.1. I feel like that's a lot. Because there's quite a lot of dual ice types. Kanto ice types, though. What exists here? It's Lapras. It's Dugong. Not Cloyster. I think. No, Cloyster is water ice. I'm kind of fumbling here. I can't really think of... I feel like I'm missing a very obvious one. I mean, Articuno, I suppose. Maybe Articuno's the pick, just because it's so obvious, you know? Sealy's not ice. Yeah, it gets it with Dugong, though. Kind of want to go Celio for this one. But I don't know. I feel like the water ice one is going to be tricky. I think I'm just going to run... I think I'm just going to run Dugong. Because Dugong is one of those Pokemon that no one ever fucking thinks about. 21? Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I don't think I'm going to get a very good score today. Maybe just not my day today, man. G-Max Lapras. Holy fuck, you're so right. I think I might be running that one for water ice then, right? No, that just feels really shit. Man, what the fuck? Everyone's on the same wavelength as me today, I suppose. I'm picking generic ass picks, bro. Enamorous is flying type, right? I'm pretty sure Enamorous is flying type. I'm pretty sure Enamorous is. Because all of the genies are flying type. Squawkabilly. Mega Pincer's a good shout, yeah. But I feel like Mega Pincer for Kanto is a crazy one. For dual, I think I'm gonna go Enamorous. I'm not gonna lie, because I know that Enamorous is a flying type because all the other genies are, so it kind of has to be, right? Yeah. Ooh, 0.5. Yeah. Flying Kanto, Mega Pincer. 1.1, that's really good. Flying Water. What do we even have here to choose from? You have Wingo Pelipper at least. Most flying types are dual type, yeah. I think there's 4 pure flying types, right? Cramorant. Cramorant might be the shout, actually. You know, Swan on Ducklet as well. Is there anything in Gen 7? No. What about Gen 8? Gen 8, you had Cramorant. Is there anything else? Don't think so. Gen 9? No. I don't think so. Mantike could be a good shout, actually. Does anyone think of Mantike? Mantine? That's my goat with 130 special defense right there. Do the other Cramorants show up? No. In that case, I want to run Mantike. 6.3. Okay, fair enough. Good. Ended up with 64. That's pretty solid. 63? Dude, the last line fucking absolutely helped me so hard. It was fucking Quillfish. It was mega fucking Venusaur. God damn it. Arctivish. I forgot about that guy. Arctivish again. That's fair enough. Togekiss, really? And of course, Mega Clefable. Oh, I got Mantike. Hell yeah, I might be the GOAT. Cool, that was decent enough. Anyway, let's actually start doing the thing that we're supposed to be doing today. I shouldn't do that because I need to pull up YouTube so I can watch some YouTube videos here and there. When Silent Clubstep, if you haven't read my things, I'm getting checked out for carpal tunnel. I was actually at the doctor's today to check for the carpal tunnel. She put me up on a waiting list to get a scan for both my hands to see whether or not I need to get an operation. I do not, Zane, no. Fuck you. Anyway. Let's go with... Should we... Okay, so we need to figure out the flow here, right? I need to figure out the flow just to, like, get into the mindset of it. Do we do one column at a time? Do I just start easy with just doing all gameplay? Because I'm not going to do the song. For the song, I want to completely disconnect each of the songs from the actual level itself. I'm going to find all the songs, put them in a playlist, and just listen to them, just fully locked in. And for vibe, it's a combination of songs. So I think I want to do the song bit before I do the vibe. I might just do all gameplay. I'm not going to lie. 308 are in this list. I have 2 more, I think. It's just that I don't know which one they are because they got re-rated. Decoration goes into vibe. Decoration is a part of the vibe for me personally. I can do this. Vibe / deco. I think I'll just do gameplay. So we have like a single line of thought here today. Okay. Gameplay. Now, like I said, introductory to this stream, enjoyment and gameplay are 2 separate things for me. I can enjoy a level. If we go... I need to... How do I lock this in place again? Freeze it. There we go. So if we go all the way down to number 300, to Kinos. Kinos, I have a 9.5 enjoyment, but for Kinos, I think gameplay is like at most like a 7.5. I think a 7.5 is like the highest I would give Kinos in terms of... What the fuck? Excuse me? There we go. That, which is lower than my enjoyment. Well, actually, what the fuck? Give it like a 6, I think. The Kinos is like a 6 gameplay, but I gave it a 9.5 enjoyment because Kinos is fun as hell, right? I really, really, really enjoy Kinos. But I don't think the gameplay is that good, right? One of those things. Or Base Cave, for instance, right? So just so people know this, going into it, gameplay and enjoyment, 2 separate things. For me, at least. Hi, Jackal. Hi, Sanguire. I don't care about the balancing. I thought the balancing in Kinos was just part of the charm. I didn't mind it too much. Anyway, Cataclysm, gameplay. We're gonna have to, like, pull up the showcases for, like, every level ever. Because, like, okay, so first wave, kind of ass tits, kind of booty cheeks. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but I think from this ball up until the stray flight, with the exception of like 42%, if you know, you know, I think Cataclysm is kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. Which is like a third of the level, something like that. I do not know yet, Profession. Do not know. I mean, this is just ship. It gives a good, like, sensation of, like, pressure, though. Needing to be this, like, precise with your ship gameplay is kind of cool. This wave is tits, though. I'm not gonna lie. This wave is such a anticlimactic. Hi, Quazary. Kind of agree. I think Olcata is probably better. Yeah, this wave has no aura, no bitches. Shoutouts to those of you who remember when this robot was buggy as fuck and you could just, like, randomly die. Those were the days. I think it's like a 6, maybe. Yeah, I'm fine with calling it a 6. Because, like, I don't really feel like there's anything egregious with it other than the first wave. Like, the only, like, real negative is how, like, bitchless the ending is. The ending of Cataclysm is just kind of bitchless, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go Hypersonic. Thank you, Soft, for being my goat. Y'all remember, dude, fucking Sir Punge's duel in this level is so goofy. There's so many parts of this level I just don't remember existing. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I remember so many people crying about how this jump back in the day, at least, was buggy. When it's just like you just gotta jump with this one before you jump on this one, and people were just complaining about it left and right and center.
Hypersonic 10 out of 10 everything, by the way. I don't really agree. I think the only part of Hypersonic that I thought was, like, really, really cool was this part. I think Rustham's part is dope. It's very Ragnarok, though. He kind of just copy-pasted in Ragnarok. I like the memory ball part, but I think the memory ball part just kind of, like, it's an it's just, like... The thing that makes the memory ball part in the Sonic series good is the fact that it appears in every level. You know? And I personally think the Hypersonic one is the least interesting. But that's also because I just don't remember it. I'm not going to lie. I think the Ultrasonic one and the Subsonic ones are great, though. You might be a much. I'm not going to lie. You weren't smart enough that time. I like Pan's duel, though. I think this part is pretty dope. I was always a fan of this part. That wave, though, messed me up. But that was just skill issue. I think the second half of this level is so much better, man. The second half of Hypersonic is so much better than the first. Am I the only one who thinks this? Yo! Queer Love Chain, thank you for the 8 months. Terron's part is aura as fucked up. I wasn't initially going to give it a much lower score, but I really like a lot of the ending parts. I really enjoy... I really like Terron's part. I think Nazgub's part cooks, other than the fact that the wave is auto. I think Evasion's part is sick. I like Pan's part. And I like Rustam's part. But then again, it has, like, green stinky aura parts, like Senthic. Senthic's part is such green stinky aura, bro. I was running at 6.5. Slightly better than Cataclysm. Not much better, though. Do we even need to run through Bloodbath? I feel like everyone knows Bloodbath by heart at this point, right? I'm going to do this. I think Bloodbath is a fairly high one. Like, Vermilion's ship part. This ship part right here is so good. And I'm going to defend this ball part to my death. I think this ball part has such oomph. Every single click hitting that ding, ding, ding. You know? That shit's banger. I think the only stinky poo poo green aura part is really just this UFO. It's like the only part that I don't think is good. This wave, dope. I think Evasion's part is also like one of the best parts in any 1.9 level, just full stop. I'm not gonna lie. This part is so good. Crack's part is kind of mid. Crack's part is just infamous for it being just the ship challenge. Asonic's part is kind of ass, though. Etzer's part is awesome. I'm a huge fan of Etzer's part. Havoc's part is whatever. I think Giron's part is sick, though. I don't even think Mishy's part is that hard. Mishy's part just suffers from one choke point. Hi, Rishi. We're doing this. I think I'll give it an 8.5. I think Bloodbath is great. I think Bloodbath is really good. Now, here comes probably the highest scoring level for a very long time, maybe. Well, I don't know. I think Subsonic is going to be one of the higher scoring ones for a long time. Not going to lie. I Warcut. But that said, Subsonic is like a mega case of me being super fucking biased. Because for those of you who do not know, I playtested this level. So I'm like very partial to a lot of the things in it. And a lot of the decisions for its balancing and so on. Because I was literally the guy who playtested the level. But like... XC7's part, sick as fuck, dude. This part is so awesome. Love it. Incredible, incredible part. I think Evasion's part in this level is also just absolutely stellar. Like, this part just plays so nicely. It's one of those parts where it's just like, it feels awesome to play. You know what I mean? You just feel epic. Like, weaving through the saw blades here, awesome. So cool. Dude X's part is good. Not incredible or anything, but it's good. I don't really have anything like bad to say about this level. Ball part, probably my favorite ball mace. This part is solid. I like this part. I specifically like this ship movement. I might be the only person who likes it. And then you have Devon's part. Devon's part is so sick, man. This is like the first instance of banger mode from Devon here. I don't really have any faults with this level's gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna run that. Subsonic might just be good, bro. Hi, LMPM. Nice, Rat. Hell yeah. Hi, Neptune. Subsonic was my hardest for 1,143 days. Deimos has been my hardest for 374. Anyway, the ultimate face. I beat the easy version of this one, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I beat the current version. Cause okay, I kind of feel I kind of think this level is kind of booty cheeks. I'm not gonna lie. I think Woogie's part is aura, just because of that ship. That's like the one cool thing. Okay, so I'm gonna the ultimate face AeonAir. Ignore the fact that I look 4 years old. Yeah! Look, 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 look. There's no line of pink orbs. I beat it before the pink orbs. They just did not exist. Youngest person ever. Loki might be, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I beat the nerfed version. So I haven't even beaten the level. Low key. You've never seen that version. That's because you weren't born when that version existed, let's be real. I think Crack's part is the only part of the Ultimate Fist I really fuck with though. Man, maybe Lugia. Lugia's part is cool. Or Lugia is a certain old man says. I don't think this is a very high ranking one though, I'm not gonna lie. Give it a 4.5 because like most of the parts I just don't like. I think there's like a little tiny bunch of parts in them towards the end that are really cool. That being Crack, Lugia, and like Majako. Those are like the cool parts, and then everything else is just kind of whatever. Don't really care much about it. The flawless. I'll remove the asterisk. The asterisk is for my main sheet. I think the flawless is another level that I beat. That was just a completely different version of the level than the current one. Because I beat it like 500 years ago. Was it auto? Yes. Back in the day. So I think the thing that happened with the Ultimate Face was that it was hacked. And then when Andromeda got caught for hacking, he reverted the level to an easier... Or he made the level easier by nerfing it. And then he re-verified it many, many years later. And that's the version that's currently out. Pretty sure it got reverted to this version. Are you sure, though? I think you're underestimating how many times the Flawless has been updated, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I beat this level in 2017, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I beat it September 30th, 2017. That level did not fucking... That is not the current version, bro. It was so hard before. I unironically think the version of the Flawless that I beat was closer to Bloodbath than it was Cataclysm in difficulty. Hi, CCS Dino. What's up? I'm Nicholas. Thank you. No, the Flawless got updated like 15 times, unironically. I beat the original Trusted Verification 1, which is like mega difficult. Because Trusted buffed it a bunch, I think. for some reason. Anyway, I do not like this level's difficulty. I'm going to run it 2.5, or sorry, gameplay. I'm going to run it 2.5. Not a big fan of it, personally. Yes, Ree. There was. The flawless made me quit the game, basically. Aftermath. Hi, Ambush. What's up? I kind of like Aftermath. I think Aftermath has some aura, I'm not gonna lie. I will go as far as to say, I think Aftermath does Cataclysm better than Cataclysm. The only thing I dislike about Aftermath is that it doesn't have this sick-ass fucking piano part that Cataclysm have. I think the only part of Cataclysm that's better than anything in Aftermath is specifically the piano part. The piano part mugs everything, though. The piano part in Cataclysm is an absolute banger. But I think Aftermath is slept on, man. I think Aftermath is good. I really enjoy it. I think it's good. Like, I like this wave. I like it a lot more than the Cataclysm one. I think it's a lot more fun to play. It's a lot cooler in its movements. This ball part is pretty much exactly the same as Cataclysm. I don't really care about it that much. But I think, okay, I think this ship part is awesome. I think this ship part is absolutely awesome, and the people who cry about it are just bad at the ship. Yeah, Aftermath just reorganized Cataclysm. Old Cataclysm, specifically. And I think it does it slightly better. Like, these movements are so cool, man. I think they're awesome. Yeah, man. I don't know. Also, okay, so even though this robot... This one robot blue orb is absolutely fuck-ass tits, but... I think the end of Aftermath, this wave is so much cooler than the one in Cataclysm. Especially with that smiley. I think this ending is way cooler. I think the ending of Aftermath is what does it for me. That makes it better than Cataclysm to me. I think that's the thing that like really sets it apart for me. I run it at 7. Glide. I haven't seen a showcase of Glide. I haven't seen a showcase of Glide in like 500 years, bro. Nice, Lippins. You can't beat my fluke anymore. Hi, Oric. What up? Glide does have a lot of aura, but I like the gameplay. But looking back at it, I only like the gameplay because of the fact that it was like my first foray into like quirky shit, right? Like if you look at what I like now, I like a lot of quirky stuff. But if you compare like Glide to like my first 15 extremes, I kind of didn't play that much quirky stuff, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think Glide was just kind of like the thing that made me realize, huh, maybe I like interesting levels. Because like going back and looking at the pre-drop, it just kind of like has funky stuff. You know? This ship part is evil. Never a big fan of it. Leah, I think with 27 months. Appreciate it, bro. I do like the drop a lot, though. The drop in Glide is really, really good. Like, especially the, like, these orbs. These orbs are really fun. Like, especially these, like, double-click black orbs. They're sick. But I think it's just the drop, though. I think that's, like, my main issue. Because, like, outside of the drop, I don't really think there's that much that really stands out. Well, I guess this part is cool. I think it's just kind of aged. I'm not going to lie. I feel like if I made this tier list like 5 years ago, it would be way higher up. Maybe even like 3 years ago. I just think a lot of it has just aged, man. It was just that it's such an early case of quirky gameplay, right? Hi, hoodies are nice. What's up? I just don't think it has aged as well as, wow, this heart is so scuffed. I just don't think it's aged as well as, where Where is it? Sunset Sandstorm. I think Sunset Sandstorm just aged way better. Right? I'll still give it a high score, though. I just think it's just the drop that I really like. I think the pre-drop is not that fantastic. And then I think post-drop is fine. I think I'll give it an... I think I'll do 8. Does that sound reasonable? I feel like that sounds reasonable, right? Yeah, Susan kind of mogs Glide. Glide is good. Don't get me wrong. Glide is great. How many streams do I think this will take? Hard to say. I do want to try and get through like half of them at least today on gameplay. For song is gonna be I think Vibe Deco is gonna be easier because the Vibe and Deco I have a lot more like distinct opinions about. I think gameplay is gonna be the slowest one for sure. These are like my overall like general opinions on how the gameplay is. As you can see, gameplay does not inherently reflect my enjoyment because I didn't enjoy Aftermath, but I think Aftermath has good gameplay. It's just like enjoyment also takes into account my own personal experience, right? Anyway, innards. I really like innards. Innards is dope as fuck, dude. Innards is so cool. The build-up in innards is legendary amounts of swag. Innards, my first Aeon video ever watched. Wow, you are so old. The innards by Vibe is going to be really high up, yeah, for sure. I think Vibe accounts for 0.2 in the weighing, though. Hi, Camelot. The ponderation is everything. Dude, this level is so sick. Kaido is just so sick, man. What a good creator. I remember finding this part really hard, though. I don't know if any one of you guys agree, but, like, this duel is generational. I love the innards duel. I love it so much. I think it's really, really good. I'm running innards at 9, bro. I think innards' gameplay is great. I think the only thing that really, like, throws it off for a lot of people is the fact that it's just so slow to begin with. I think the beginning being as slow as it is like a big turn off for a lot of people. Was innards extended at the time it got verified? I don't even know, dude. I have no idea. Acropolis. Do I even need to check anything out? Because Acropolis is just kind of like tits, right? Like Griffinite. Because like Acropolis is just like bad Acropolis. And I don't even like Acropolis that much to begin with. I think the best Acropolis has ever been is Acrosis. I think Acrosis is really good. But like, this is like a top 3 sleeper demons ever, bro. Where's Supersonic? Supersonic is not extreme demon, buddy. Do not use that word, chips. Thank you very much. Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan is one of my favorites in terms of like how it looks visually. I haven't played it though. Do I like it less than the Flawless? Kinda, yeah. I'll give it a 2. Dude, I was putting up a stinker for my 10th extreme here. Wowee. Hi Pablo. Hi Dagger. Tenochtitlan is a place as well. Well, it was. It was the capital city of the Inca Empire, I'm pretty sure. It is a really bad remake. I think one of the things that really fucks Acropolis up is the fact that it's just a bad remake as well. Right? Like, it doesn't do anything. That's why Tenochtitlan and Acrosis is way better. Soft hasn't showcased fucking Accu, bro? Okay, man. Sure. I don't like Tech Manifestation. Tech Manifestation is going to be low. I think the only saving grace for Tech Manifestation is that it looks cool. I've eaten Phobos. Yeah, we're coming up on Phobos fairly soon. I think the only thing I really have to complain about Accu, though, is that I personally think the hard part of Accu is the ending. I always thought the ending of Accu was, like, really stressful. It's a very massive stress test with some really weird gameplay. Specifically, this area right here, I always thought was, like, super odd to play. Other than that, I don't really have much to say about Accu. I think Accu's, like, fall from grace is that I think people have just made Accu-esque levels just better in the future, right? I think Accu is a downgrade with, like, time, if that makes sense. Like, Accu used to be, like, the pinnacle of a lot of things, but Accu with time is just kind of like, it's kind of like Bloodbath as, like, difficulty, whereas, like, it was the #1 for such a long time. It was like the magnum opus of the community, and then with time, it just kind of, like, kept getting dethroned, but it's still, like, a massive pillar for a lot of people and a lot of people's journey for Extreme Demons, right? And I feel like Accu is very similar, where it's, like, it's just such a safe bet in terms of, like, good gameplay and good game design that it's hard to fault it, but it's also just been done better in the future. You know what I mean? I think I'll run it 8.5 because I do like it more than Glide. I think it serves in my brain, right? Glide, I think the pre-drop is whatever, and I think the end drop is good, but nothing incredible. And with Accu, I just think the post-drop is kind of whatever. So therefore, Accu should be higher up. Anyway, moving on. Tech Manifestation. Everyone's favorite level. Dude, I wish this level's LDM wasn't so fucking ugly. I said for Steggy. Yeah, Accu 70 wave is also hard. You're right with that. That does. Yeah, I beat this super early. I beat Tech Manifestation on like 12th extreme. You love the LDM. You love it because it's dumb, not because it's good. It looks fire. I can't believe this is like a 2019 level. This being a 2019 level is actually kind of crazy. I just think the gameplay in this level is so ass. So much of it is just annoying. And as a very noob wave player, that wave was the hardest thing of all time for me. And then obviously, I feel like it does get kind of funny points for how ass the wave click at 90 is though. I feel like the super garbage wave click at 90 kind of makes it funny. But it doesn't really save it much, does it? That one, best click ever, bro. Cannot believe that's a real input. Let's go frame by frame here, okay? Okay, so you do this, right? You hit the green orb. Then you turn into wave. Wait. Holy shit, dude. I forgot how long the screen is black for. What the fuck? No, wait. I'm at the wrong place. Never mind. You go here. Turn into wave. Yeah, you can see, like, the slopes here. You do not see this in motion, by the way. Then you turn into wave. And then immediately you have to do this click. And then it goes dark on you for some reason. So you can't even see anything. And then it goes up. Which is even stupider. Anyway, I don't like this level. I'll do that. I don't like tech manifestation. Tech manifestation is like one of those levels I never talk about because, well, I don't like it. Anyway, Phobos. As you can see, I gave Phobos an 8 out of 10 enjoyment rating. I am not giving Phobos that high of a gameplay score, I'm not gonna lie. Phobos is one of those levels where I genuinely think it is so fun to play. But oh my god, if you ever like actually look through this level's gameplay, holy moly. The beginning isn't that egregious actually. But then you get into this like the worst fuck ass most weird UFO ever. Which is just super inconsistent and it's just hard. It's just really hard for no reason other than why not, right? And the shit part is pretty nothing. I like this wave. Am I the number one defendant of this wave? I might be. Eyeblade's part is fine up until you get to this wave, and then this wave, like this specific sequence here where you go down into this, release, click, go in between these, and then you have to hold into this yellow portal, is just hard. I'm not gonna lie, it's a difficult part. It's probably like the number one difficult thing. And then it's like, to be fair, the first half is just like those two parts. But like once you get here, right? Like the transition into the ship is really, really weird, really awkward. This wave is fine. I actually really like this part. I think this part is good. But then you get into everyone's favorite fuck you part, Tiger Sec. This part kind of sucks ass because it's really weirdly aligned. I beat it in 2.1, so I didn't get the really shit alignment bugs. But it's still not good. Like, as you can, I think you can see it here, actually. Yeah, like, look at how... look at the difference, bro. This is a showcase. And it is so close to messing up on the bottom one, and the top one is just so easy. I think this duel is really cool. I like this UFO a lot. It uses, like, some funky hold tactics. This UFO is awkward. I think this part is cool, though. I like this part. Did it skip the gravity portal? I didn't even know you could do that. Interesting. This is the best part of all time, actually. Fun fact of the day. This part is incredible. This UFO... atrocity. Actual war crime. And this part is awesome. What the fuck? Huh? What was that? That's crazy tech right there. That is crazy tech. Holy, I've never seen that before. Bro just jumped. No, I used my momentum. I used momentum to go up. Like a normal person would do, I would hope. What's that, Joey? How's it going? I feel like it would be disingenuous of me of giving Phobos anything higher than like a 5.5. The parts that I do like, I really do like. I really like the 2.0 ball part. And I really like the wave and the ship part at like 50-ish. I think those are really cool. And I like the green wave part. But like everything else is either nothing or kind of ass. So I'll give it a 5.5. My enjoyment is an 8. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it's a really good part or level. But I can't, in good conscience, give it much more than that. Because I have a lot of complaints about Phobos' gameplay. Anyway, it's $P time in a minute. I opened my phone and I forgot that I saved this because I wanted to show you guys. Okay, so there's a secondhand store in Norway, right? That I really like to use to buy stuff. And I found the craziest keychain of all time. Gang. Look at how huge and ugly this Farfetch keychain is. Should I buy it? I love it. It's so fat. That's the biggest keychain of all time, dude. He's massive. Hi, Master X. Anyway. I should buy it, not gonna lie. Ooh, Stalemate Redux. Sorry, I diverged for a second there. I really like Stalemate Redux. The only thing I didn't like was this wave, because I sucked ass at wave, bro. This level is so cool. Like, this is that one really edgy kid in every, like, anime about school that's, like, really cool. But then you get to know them, and they're super awesome. Kind of like how, once you get to the UFO drop in this level, it's, like, the coolest level of all time. Oh. You're right. The scene. Oopsie. God, this level is so dope, dude. I wish I could beat this for the first time again. This level is sick. First level I saw you beat live. Wow, you're old. And I really like this maze. I think this is one of the better mazes that we have somewhere. Big fan of this one. Big fan of this one. And the ship part, awesome. I like Stalemate Redux's gameplay a lot. I think Stalemate Redux does really good gameplay. Is it blasphemous to give Accu and Stalemate Redux the same gameplay score? Probably. Do I care? Absolutely not. That level's sick. What do you mean hoodies? I really like the first half. I think the only thing I dislike about the first half is specifically the wave part, because I was just bad at wave. But I think that was more of a skill issue than anything. Anyway, Allegiance. I don't remember anything about this level. I can't lie. I remember so little. In my brain, it's like completely overlapping with Renovant for some reason. And I haven't even played Renovant. I've never played Renovant, and for some reason, in my brain, Allegiance and Renovant is the exact same level. Renovant is cooler, yeah, but it's because it came out later, so it just looks better. I remember fighting this wave really hard, though. But then again, that's probably just me being shit at wave back in the day. Still is. I think some of it is really cool. Some of the gameplay in this is dope, though. Like, I think the drop in both Allegiance and Renovant is kind of what carries it. I think it just looks cool. Like, you watch the gameplay and it looks really, really cool. I remember that wave click being, like, the hardest thing ever for me, though. I remember this part sucking ball sacks, though. Hi, Steve. My day's going good. My day's going solid. Yeah, I think the drop is good. But then everything not drop isn't. You know what I mean? I feel kind of neutral. I don't feel very strongly about this level. I'm not gonna lie. A 6 maybe? Because like there's nothing in it that like really stands out to me. Maybe I just haven't played it in it long enough. Because like in my brain, nothing does anything. I think the song might carry. Yeah, I think part of what makes this very different though is that because I'm watching without the songs, it kind of gives a whole different feeling to it, right? Brother, what is Dupe? You've never seen Dupe before? Dupe is the first level I will say right now. This is the most song carried level that we're gonna see on this. Like Dupe's song, I might just already give a 10. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely love Dupless's theme from Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. Dupe is so song carried, it's actually crazy. Because, like, this level is ultimate nothing burger. It has a very high CPS beginning as well, which makes it kind of annoying to play for longer periods of time. Yeah, gameplay, baby. Woo! I love straight fly for 15 seconds. I mean, it has a temp duel. Can't be that bad, right? Dupe kind of is the classic nothing burger. You're kind of right, New Dark, actually. More song carry than Kusureta? Yes, because unlike Kusureta, Dupe is actually fun to play with a good song. I remember this wave sucking ass, though. I found this wave so hard, especially this, like, upwards spam thingy. My noob-ass self in 2020 thought this was the hardest shit ever. Yeah, more gameplay, baby. Sorry. I'm going to say that every time I see a stray fly from now on. Like, it's just click sync, bro. Like, this level is just purely click sync. And when you just look at the gameplay for it on its own, it's kind of just... You know? You used to just rate levels based on the song. Honestly, valid. Honestly, valid. I think the song rating stream is going to go crazy with this one. I think the song rating stream for this is going to go absolutely crazy. This ending is impossible, by the way. This ending is so hard. I died to this ending like 7 times. No joke. I'll give it a 3. Dupe's kind of just not that good. I'm not going to lie. I'll give it a ½ point. Because it is click sync. So, like, it's very easy to just, like, string things together. But, like, remove the song from the equation and it's really just nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Shock therapy. Shock therapy actually might be another case of a really song carried because of death from above. No, Joey, I don't. It just works for me. I don't know. Song does do a lot for atmosphere, yeah. The vibe is very song related. I really like shock therapy. I was a big enjoyer of this level. I think the long pre-drop does a lot for this level. I think it being a slow burn is kind of what makes this level awesome. This part is neat. The clock was kind of silly, though. Dude, actually, I haven't realized this, but Jenkins's logo inside of the clock goes fucking ballistic, dude. That's so fire. I never clocked that. Sorry. But that's so sick. I've never noticed it. I'm not gonna lie. I've just seen the clock, man. This part as well is super dope. And then for a very long time, this was my favorite wave part in any level. Fun fact of the day. Like probably for a couple years, this was just my favorite wave part. I think that wave part is so cool. Death from above. Arb is gonna kill me for saying this, but I think this is still his best collab. Arb has made a lot of collabs, but I still think this is probably the best one. This level is so dope. Like this part right here, oh, so cool, man. He's not here. That's true. He'll never know. Unless Leah tells him. And in that case, I stand by what I said. I think this duel is like the only part I don't like that much. And it's just because it plays weird. I would never, because you're right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. I'll give shock therapy a pretty high score, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'll rock it up with a... Well, is it a 9? Kinda. Well, there are parts I don't like that much. I think I'll run it an 8. For now. I'll go back to it. I'll change the color on this thing real quick, just so I know to go back to it. Cause I have to sit on that one for a little bit. Because, like, there are parts I don't like with it. There are parts I think are kind of whatever. But I think the length of it is what plays into that. Because there's the parts that are really cool are really, really, really cool. But because of how long it is and because of how many parts there are things that I think are just kind of whatever or kind of okay. So I'll run it back on that one after a while. I'll sit on it for a minute. Bowsha Vortex. We'll get to Empyrean when we get to Empyrean. What did the last part look like? Zetobite? Was it the same person who made it? I don't remember, actually. I don't think so. I don't think Jenkins had 2 parts. He might have had 2 parts. Is it fair to say that Bowsha was, like, the best 9 Circles level to exist for, like, literal years? Because, like, I know there's, like, the whole text bad transition counter thingy. I just think that there are hard parts. I think this level's awesome, dude. 9 Circles was. I think this is way better than 9 Circles. I like Bowsha Vortex. It's just that one click at 60. This one right here is just the hardest thing ever. And that's pretty much it. Other than that, though, I always thought Bowsha Vortex was super fun. I think this and Belengo are both fantastic. I didn't enjoy this one as much, but that was because... I'm going to be so real. Okay, so I know that my hardest by list at the time was Stalemate Redux. Most people think Stalemate Redux is harder than Bowsha Vortex. I low-key retroactively... Because back then, I just went by list for whatever my hardest was. I think Bowsha is harder than Stalemate Redux. I'm going to be so real with you. So Bowsha Vortex was essentially my hardest for a whole 1 level. Artificial Ascent was also below Stalemate Redux, but when I beat it, actually. Artificial Ascent was another one I just didn't count as my hardest. Now that I think about it. Huh. Anyway, back to Bowsha Vortex. It's in red because I'm not 100% certain about my ranking just yet. Because I want to rank it higher. But there are parts I just don't like about it. So I have to, like, see how I go about that feeling with other levels that are really long. Because there are going to be levels where I really, really like them. But there are certain parts that I don't like. Well, okay. I'm thinking a little bit about it, right? I think I'm going to run it 8.5. Because I'm thinking about Boogie, right? I'm thinking about Boogie for this. And Boogie, I feel like I will have to, like, force myself to rank it lower. Because there's a lot of parts of Boogie I don't really care that much for. But it's also really fucking long. So with XL, it's kind of like, does it work in the context of the full level? If yes, then I will disregard it, right? So I think I'll run Shock Therapy at 8.5. As for Bowsha, I think I'll do 7.5. I like Bowsha Vortex a lot. I like it more than Aftermath for sure. And I like it probably a little less than Glide. Yeah, I think 7.5 is good. Artificial Ascent. Artificial Ascent. Artificial Ascent is good. Artificial Ascent is a great level. Hi, Orincoso. What's up? I'm at AIDS. I would just fiddle around with it until you find something that you find comfortable, in all honesty. I think everyone that I know plays with different settings. I really like Artificial, man. Artificial is so cool. I really like Manix's part. This is probably the only part of Manix's that I've ever actually, like, properly enjoyed. I'm not a big Manix enjoyer, if you can't tell. It's just that the first 30% of Artificial Intelligence is so unbelievably consistent, you know? Like the first, you get to Zobros' part every attempt after a while. And then Zobros' part is just really cool. Again, I feel like Artificial Intelligence is kind of similar to Bloodbath, where it really is just one or two parts that is kind of like a blemish on an otherwise really good level. I think Mishi up to like here is kind of mid. And then it's really good again. And then Nazgo's part is just the most whatever nothing burger of all time. But then just Abstract Dark to the very end is like peak after peak after peak after peak, right? I really can't fault a lot of Artificial Ascent, I'm not gonna lie. Same with Black Blizzard, bro. I don't even feel like I need to watch through Black Blizzard to remember anything of it. Because Black Blizzard is just straight heat. No, I like a lot of unbalanced levels, Raven. Or Idoven. I like a lot of it as well. Black Blizzard is a 10 for you. Black Blizzard is pretty close for me as well. I don't think I'll give it a full 10 though. I can only think of how many levels can I think of that I would give like a perfect 10 out of 10 in gameplay? It might only be like 3 actually. If you know what 3 levels I would give a perfect 10 out of 10 in gameplay, leave a comment down below. There's not even going to be a video. This is just the groundwork to start making a video. I don't even have like the video isn't even started yet. Like I haven't even started working on it. This is like the groundwork for it. I was high 4x4. Hi Varsam, what up? How's it going, man? It's good to see you. I really like the pre-drop in Black Blizzard. I think the pre-drop adds so much tension to the drop itself. I think Black Blizzard is such a good case of, even though the balancing of it is by all means not even or like linear in any way, shape, or form, the fact that the pre-drop is so goddamn hard makes the drop itself feel so tense. It's so just exhilarating getting to that drop because you get there so infrequently. And it's the same feeling that I have with Silent Clubstep, right? Like, I don't mind the balancing of Silent Clubstep because it makes every single drop attempt just feel exciting. It's not a case where you end up getting to a point where you get to the drop so frequently that it just kind of loses its magic. And I think Black Blizzard, at least if you beat it as one of your hardest, will feel that way, where you get to the drop so infrequently that getting to the drop just feels hype, right? That's what it does best. I think that's genuinely what Black Blizzard does the absolute best. And I think it pioneered that feeling, in all honesty. And does it so fucking well, man. Dolos. Who remembers Dolos, bro? Shout out Juniper. Shout out Juniper for having this as her hardest. Only know Dolos is Junie's hardest. That's pretty much all it is at this point. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, Dolos is just Junie's hardest, and that's all the level is. The funny Brazil joke does not exist anymore. Does anyone remember Brazil? Like, do you even know what a Brazil is anymore at this point? I don't think so, buddy. You're a Dolos fan? Well, your name is Loltad, so you kind of have to be. Like, what's Dolos even known for at this point? Like, Dolos is just Brazil, 0.1 CPS, and Juniper hardest. Like, that's it. In all honesty, though, I think Dolos is cool. I enjoyed playing Dolos. I think it's a fun level. I really like that, like, curved straight fly towards the very end of the drop. I always thought that was really cool. And I'm not a hater of slow-paced gameplay. as you might know. I think just that wave spam. That's like the only part I don't like about this level. I'm not gonna lie. Would you recommend split sensitivity? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, to be honest, the only thing people really hated on this level for was the fact that it was slow. The wave spam is cheeks. You're 100% right, Nate. I think it was higher when Junie beat this. When Junie beat this, it was really high on the list. I'll give it like a 7. Does 7 feel good? Yeah, it's the same as Aftermath. I can't really fault it for anything. It has nothing amazing, but it has nothing bad. And the things that I don't like about the level is like 3 things. And those 3 things are 3 wave clicks. So I think I'll run it at 7. Not gonna lie. Carcano. Who remembers AeonAir beating Carcano in... I think I beat this in, like, November 2020, right? My last Extreme Demon of 2020. Anyone remember? Yeah, November 1st, 2020. Dude, I was such an early fucking completer of this level. No. November 13th, my bad. I also took more attempts on Carcano than I did Yatagarasu as my new hardest. I just want to mention that real quick. Look at that. By like 150 attempts. Good job, me. Well fucking done, buddy. That's when I started realizing that streaming made the game like 50 times harder. This is pre-nerf, yeah. That's why the... I have asterisks on a few of my levels in my sheet, and the asterisk is just I beat it before it got nerfed. That's essentially what that asterisk means. Hi, Ishwar. I'm doing good, man. Hi, Musuri. Hi, Caleb. I'm taking a break. I'm getting checked for carpal tunnel in both my hands, so I can't play at the moment. That's why I'm doing all the other things currently. So I'm taking a break because I have to. If I don't recall incorrectly, I actually really like the pre-drop of Carcano. I think Carcano has my favorite pre-drop in the cognition style levels that I played, which is Carcano, Cognition, and Hot Rod. Those are like my 3 cognition style levels, and I think the pre-drop in Carcano is my favorite one of them. And then I think this part right, I think it's like here roughly where it starts. Yeah, I didn't like this part. But then again, I think that might just be AeonAir being shit at wave moment. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've not played Oblivion, no. I want to play it in the future though, if my hands ever get well enough for it. It's so hard to tell though. I can't really recall how I felt about a lot of the gameplay in this. And because I did play it prior to the nerf, it's hard to say. But I don't remember disliking it or anything. I gave it a 6.5. And if I'm not remembering completely wrong, I also did get fairly unlucky with it. I died a few times past the 80 mark. I'll give it a 6.5. I wanted to give it a 6 like Allegiance, but I also, because it is my favorite of the pre-drops, I think I'll give it a 6.5. What I think about Lubuya? I feel very indifferent about it, I'm not gonna lie. This pre-drop sucks though? Nah, I thought it was fun. I've not done the Reda trilogy because I haven't beaten Wasureta. Yatagarasu. Nah, I think Yada's gameplay is incredible. I love Yatagarasu. I never thought the pre-drop was as hard as people made it out to be. I played this off stream. After coming back to the game with Aftermath, I beat Aftermath, Glide, and Innards and Acropolix off stream. And then Acu was when I started streaming. Acu was my first stream Extreme Demon, actually. And then other than Tech Manifestation, I beat all of these on stream. And then Yatagarasu was my first non-on-stream level for a very long time. So I never disliked the pre-drop. I thought the pre-drop was fun. But that was also because I was able to, like, fully focus on it. So I got past it, like, every single attempt, basically. And I always really enjoyed it. It tested like my skills perfectly, other than JSOR's part, but that was just bad at wave moment. But like everything else I always really thought was super fun. And as for the drop, the only thing I didn't like was specifically this part, because I had a really hard time holding here, like getting out of this holding here and then clicking this blue orb. I found clicking this blue orb really fucking hard for some reason. Cosine I thought was fine. XC7 is good. I really like the ship part and ball part. I think Vermilion and Rustam absolutely cooked in this level. This part is nice and satisfying. I like Michigan's part. I think Michigan's part in this level is sick. I love this wave. First and only, well, not first and only wave part. You get what I mean. Yeah, man, I have nothing bad to say about Yada. I think Yada is like probably on par with Black Blizzard for me, actually. Like as a full package, Yada Gross is dope, dude. As a full package, Yada is so good. And then you get to Lugia's part, and it's like all tense and everything. And it's like this slow build before the very ending with the song just going like, you know, in your face. And it's so good, man. Dope. I think I'll give Yada number 5. I really like Yada. Yada is awesome to me. Big fan. Very good. Daydream. Daydream's another one that has been nerfed, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Dream. Daydream. Yendis. Showcase Daydream next. Am I weird for thinking this level is sick? Oh, Daydream was buffed? Never mind. Lol. Why was it buffed? So I beat the good version then. Holy. I really like this level. I love this style of visual. This is, I think this is going to be one of those levels. I'm speaking a little bit in the future here once we get to like vibe and deco. I think Daydream is going to be one of those first one where I really like the deco. I just don't think the vibe is that crazy. I just think the deco itself is sick. But like there's not much of a vibe to it. You know what I mean? It's really fun. I really like this level. But again, if it's been buffed, then tough luck, buddy. Ah, this part is so cool, dude. I remember really liking this level. I remember really liking this level. Dude, I was on a streak here, man. I think this is why. I think this is like the streak where I really started to love Extreme Demons so much. Because like even though I had like unfortunate experiences with Dolos and Bausha, I really like these levels. I know my enjoyment doesn't reflect that. I think this was just back when I was a lot stricter on my enjoyment. But yeah, I was on a streak here, man. I was playing some good-ass levels. Blade of Justice. Holy goat. Let me think here for a second before I say anything. Blade of Justice might be one of the best 2.0 levels, just full stop. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I 100% agree, Pickle King. I can't think of an issue with this level. The only issue I can think of is the fact that this wave was kicking my asshole. But this level is just straight up banger. Edge of Destiny is definitely going to be like one of the levels I end up playing fairly quickly after I beat Silent Clubstep. If I can keep playing the game as intensively as I do. Because this level is just so good, man. I really want to play Edge of Destiny. I think the only thing about this level that you can really complain about is the fact that this duel is kind of funky. But the duel being funky is not a matter of the duel being bad. It's just weird, right? It just feels a little odd. That's pretty much it. This level was sick, dude. This UFO, oh, so good. I think Bladed Justice is gonna go up with Black Blizzard and Yadawa in the 9.5 club and Subsonic. Because, like, I have small complaints about it. Very tiny ones, obviously. I just think the duel is a little funky. Other than that, though, absolutely legendary fucking level, dude. Bladed Justice is just fantastic. Bladed Justice is goated, Flame Shooter. You're 100% right. With Yada is debatable. I don't agree. I think Yada is, like, undeniably awesome. Darkened, I also beat before it got nerfed. Dark Dimension, ugh, never. I really liked the pre-drop. I thought the pre-drop was fun. But it's also, like, ship control, like, most of it. Like, from what I know, it's just people find that ship part to be really hard. But I didn't mind it. I beat this level when this part was, like, absolutely turbo impossible, though. Holy shit, this part used to be so hard. Like, look at some of these timings, bro. What the hell were they cooking? Hello, Alf. Destiny's part, this part right here, unironically, might just be the single, like, coolest part from 2021. This came out in 2021, didn't it? I think so. It says December 29th here, but I think Viper got an early copy of it. Destiny is goated, dude. Destiny is such a fantastic creator. I don't know how he did this shit, dude. What a legend. I think this wave part was the hardest for me, but again, I think that's just a skill issue. Just a skill issue. I think this ending is kind of underwhelming. I think that's my big issue with this. I think my only issue with this level is the fact that I think the ending is very underwhelming. I think I'll give it an 8. I think I'll run the 8 again. Because it's good. It's a very good level. I think the ending is underwhelming, which takes away from it. And I think Ryder's... Sorry, Ryder, if you're watching this. You're probably not, though. I just think Ryder's part is just not up to speed. You know what I mean? I have played Moment, yes. Moment shouldn't be that far off, actually. I lied. It's very far off, actually. Wow, when did I beat this level? What the hell? Moment, 78. It's gonna take a while, isn't it? I think we can get through half today. Maybe. I might be a little too confident in that one, though. I probably don't even need to go through levels that I know very well. Rustin's part is a little bit stinky. Just kind of like a little bit of a choke point. I think this part is dope. I think Galvatron's part in this level is generational. Nazgul's part is fine. Vibrant's part is solid. Sammy and Vlak. And I think Samifying to Serpunge is like a generational run of levels. Those are so good. They are, like, this part, I remember seeing this shit for the first time, and it actually just straight up blew my mind. I was like, what the hell? How do you do this? That's crazy. Similar complaint, though, to Darken. I think the ending is a little bit underwhelming. But that's, like, the only complaint I really have. Viprin's part is whatever, but that's just Viprin realizing that, hey, I'm not that good of a creator anymore, LOL XD. I think I'll give it 8.5, though. Yeah, I really like it. I think Cybernetic is good. I don't get the Cybernetic haters, personally. Rewired your brain. I don't blame you, honestly. Digital Descent. I think this is where the streak breaks. I'm going to be so real with you. I don't like the gameplay in Digital Descent. I think Digital Descent is not good. The only part I really like is... I like Galvatron's part. I like Karma L's part. And I like Sammy's part. Those are like the only 3 parts I actually like, though. Well, I guess Vlak's part is cool. It's tense. Sir Punch's part is an absolute fucking flop, especially if you compare it to his cybernetic part, which you shouldn't, because they're very different, very far between. I think I'll give it a 4. 4 makes sense to me, because I probably do prefer it over Dupe. Because it's less nothing burger than Dupe. But it has more egregiously bad parts than Dupe. I think Manix's part is ass. I don't like Vibrant's part. Etzer's part is like actual turbo flop. I don't know if anyone agrees with me. Like the gameplay in Etzer's part is just so sleeper. And has like 2 really, really dumb clicks. And then afterwards is just primarily just nothing, kind of. Etzer shakes. Etzer shakes are funny, though. Anyway, To The Stars 2. Obviously, moving on. Man, To The Stars 2. How do I even rank this shit, dude? Genuinely, how do I rank my own level? Does anyone know? Any 10s coming up? There are very few 10s. There are going to be very few gameplay 10s. Yeah, I've said for a very long time, I don't mind if people call this level shit, because I would probably agree. I don't think this level is particularly good. I think the drop has some cool ideas, especially for when it was made. I know it's stupid to pull the 1.9 card when the level has, when I did like finish the level in 2.0, but I think it has some really cool. I think the final part has some cool stuff. Like specifically, I think this part onward is cool. I like this part. Like this is a cool part. I'm not gonna lie. I think I cooked with this part. I did not cook with the fixed hitboxes though. I did not cook with the fixed hitboxes. It's jank in 2.2, but I don't think I want to take 2.2 into account when I didn't personally play it in 2.2. Yeah, I think the pacing of it is cool. I added these in 2.0, by the way. Man, actually kind of looking at it, I kind of cooked with some of the stuff in this level, man. Like this ball part is kind of sick. And this was like a huge like skill test, I remember. I think it's just that the beginning of the level is super ass. I think it's just a beginning issue, in all honesty. I think the beginning of the level is just so boring that it kind of just like soils the rest of the level. You know what I mean? Shadow's Cataclysm. I remember making this part invisible and feeling so evil for it. Actually, I don't hate it as much as I thought I did. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate it as much as I used to. I think my own level has been growing on me. How does that work? How do you do that? How do you just think a level is super ass, watch it again, and you're like, it's not as bad as I remember, to your own level? Yeah, the level is a lot cooler than I remember it being. How did that happen? The UFO before it is really hard. But that was on purpose, because the UFO in the original level is a lot harder than everything else for some reason. I kind of fuck with it, man. I was kind of cooking with this level. Looking back at it. I'll give it a 5. Just neutral. Hi, Peter. I didn't want it to be verified, or I didn't want it to get rated because it's a 1.9 level that I verified in 2.1. You know? These are ordered in completion. Anyway, Halberd. Fuck, do I even need to look at Halberd, bro? Halberd is so good, bro. Vibrant to the rescue once again. Nautilus, man. I might have to end up running like some stats on which creators end up having the most amount of good levels. And I can't lie, I think it's just gonna be Nautilus. I'm not gonna lie. Like this is dead ass my least favorite Nautilus level I've played. And this is still like a 9.5, bro. I can't lie. Like Nautilus was on a generational fucking run. I haven't played his most recent one, the snow one. Hueas or whatever. But this level slaps, dude. Absolute legendary level. I'll give it a 9. Red World Rebirth. Chat, I think we found the new leader for worst gameplay? Does Red World Rebirth beat out Tech Manifestations 1.5? Huh. Yes, little Teddy, was. Halberd is the reason why he got the opportunity to do Nalv. Red World Rebirth is kind of just like the only memorable thing of it is the last ship, but even that is just not original at all either. I can't lie, bro. Killbot. I think Killbot is kind of similar. Well, Killbot's ending is very tense. It's so cool. But it's also like the UFO is just evil, isn't it? Cry, my favorite. I love Cry. I think it's another 9.5. The only reason is probably it's one of those things where it's like giving a 10 feels so weird because I do have nitpicks with it, right? I think the UFO wave duel is kind of weird. Like I didn't enjoy that part in particular that much because I found it really like I was stuck on it a lot and I thought it was a really hard part. It just felt weird to play. Couldn't really find out how to transition out of it. So, like, I do have gripes with some of the gameplay. I gave it a 10 out of 10 enjoyment, so it's not like it's bad or anything. You know. I think the thing that's going to kill Killbot in the rankings is that I don't like the song. There's one part of Killbot that I'm thinking about that I'm not a big fan of. I just don't know where it's placed in the level itself, or don't remember. Yeah, I always found this part really weird, and I always found this part of the duel to be very weirdly paced. It felt very out of time, or out of, place with the rest of the level, because the rest of the level is so intense, and then this is just kind of like that. And then you get thrown into, like, the most fuck-ass shit part ever, which is awesome. You'll get back to the song from Maniacal. That's true. That is true. Anyway, retention. Retention. It feels kind of cool going down memory road again. Memory lane again. I can't lie. So many of these levels I haven't, like, thought about extensively for a long time. It was ahead of for his time, yeah. But similar to Accu, I think people have just done it better afterwards. You know what I mean? Maybe not Killbot specifically, but like the intense memory style thing that Killbot kind of like pioneered. I think people have done better in the future. I think my only gripe with retention is the ending. If I don't remember incorrectly, right? Like, the ending of this level is weird as fuck. Hi, Dino. How's it going? Like, I just remember this level being really, really fucking fun, dude. I think I'm gonna spoiler here real quick, but I think the only reason why retention won't make it into like my top 20 is because I think it looks kind of ugly. I'm not nostalgic enough for this style of deco. So the vibe deco portion of it is gonna just kind of nuke it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think the reason people really like it is because they're very partial to Woogie, and also the fact that people just think the level is super fun, which it is. It's a very fun level. I'll give it an... I'll rock with 8, I think. Because, like, it's just a fun level. But the problem with retention for me is that there's nothing, like, specific that stands out. I think one of the things, for me at least, is that there has to be something in the gameplay that really stands out for it to be interesting in that same way. And retention is just a fun, good level. But I don't remember any individual part of it, right? We can never learn to use object pulses? Probably. I mean, I'm not a creator, so I can't know. Erebus. Erebus. That's my goat right there. Big fan of Erebus. The 60 memory dual thing is obviously going to be a big stinker for most people. The aura ship part at like 80 is such a banger. I think Erebus kind of suffers from whatever ending once again, though. I think the Erebus ending is a little bit of a letdown. The last jump is kind of aura, but like the mini cube between the aura ship and the last jump, I think that part is kind of just mid. I'll give it an 8.5. And here, this is where people are going to be very pissed at me, probably. But I think the gentrification of Erebus's gameplay and balancing makes Platinum Erebus significantly worse. I think regular Erebus being as unbalanced as it is adds so much to the gameplay experience of it that Platinum Erebus has worse gameplay, despite the fact that it tries to fix things. Hi, Electro. I don't think it's terrible. I just think it's significantly less interesting. It's similar to retention, right? Where none of the parts in this Erebus kind of stand out. Well, in this one it does, because some of the parts are like really hard, like the aura ship or the build-up. The build-up being as hard as it is makes it stand out a lot more. Meanwhile, in this one, it doesn't have that extra standout factor, therefore it's less interesting and less memorable. Yes, but this process won't be an edited video. Once I have like a lot of the ideas for the video more ironed out, I'm going to start talking a little bit more about it, but it's going to be a lot more than just a ranking video. I'll tell you that much. Hi, Galactic. Ranking stuff. Anyway, Misty Mountains. I feel like I liked Misty Mountains way more back in the day. I think Misty Mountains is another AccuCase where it's just been done better afterwards. Because Misty Mountains, upon completion, when I beat this level initially, I thought it was awesome as fuck. But as it's aged, I don't think it does it as well as it did way back when. Right? That's how I feel. Nah, I like it more than Platinum Erebus. I'm gonna be so real with you, bro. More than Dolos as well, yeah. Similar to Bastard Vortex. That feels right. Yeah. Unpopular opinion. I like the Misty Mountains. Pre-drop. Hi, Kebo. Maybe in the future, Kebo. This is a big enough undertaking as it is, though. Erebus is not balanced. No, if you think Erebus is balanced, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. The build-up's like half the difficulty. No, Rash is coming up fairly soon. 53. It's gonna happen in the stream, that's for sure. Napalm. I gotta rewatch a video of this one. I'm the only Napalm non-enjoyer in this chat, I think. I don't like Napalm. I'm so sorry to everyone who loves Napalm. I don't care about this level. Thank you, Marwick, for being my savior. Hi, Vessel. What's up? It's so weird, though, because Neutra is like one of my favorite levels ever, and the gameplay in this is made by the same fucking guy. Nah, that's crazy at all. I think this part was some ass. I think the only part of Napalm that I really like is the tunnel specifically. I think the corridor is really cool. But the corridor is the only part that I feel any positive feelings towards, if that makes sense. Yeah, Marwick's usually good. This is the only miss from Marwick, in my opinion. I think Napalm's the only level that I've played that I did not enjoy. Like, keep in mind, right? I gave Napalm a 3 out of 10 enjoyment. And that seems low. But you gotta take into account, I fluked this level from 47%. And I still gave it a 3. I fluked half the fucking level. This is the first level I ever fluked from before 50%. And I still gave it a 3. I think I'll match the 3 here. Because, like, it has moments of good, right? I think the corridor is cool, but it's more of an aura moment. Like, the corridor is just aura and hype, right? But unlike Dupe, which I think is just uninteresting, I just straight up don't like a lot of the gameplay in Napalm. It will get carried by song and vibe, I'm gonna be real. Yeah, I just found Napalm really awkward to play. That was my big issue with it. Anyway, Torsion. I don't remember anything about this level. I'm gonna be so real, I do not remember this. What is this thumbnail? That's very funny. Anyway. Thank you, Artsy, for that one. I'm a Phobos enjoyer, yeah. I think Phobos is very fun. I didn't rank Phobos' gameplay as high as it could have, but I think Phobos is very fun. I gave it a high enjoyment. Enjoyment is weighted higher, by the way, for those of you who do not, who weren't here when I said this. Enjoyment is weighted 0.3, gameplay is weighted 0.4, and then gameplay is weighted 0.3, right? So gameplay plus enjoyment is 0.7 out of the full thing. So gameplay is 0.3, song is 0.1, vibe deco is 0.2, and then this is 0.4. So enjoyment is more important than gameplay to me personally. Anyway, let's go back to Torsion. If I remember correctly, I just thought this level was kind of whatever. I think I beat this level to show how I play and practice Extreme Demons, because I was getting a lot of questions about that, because this was around the time I started beating a lot of levels, right? And I think this was one of those levels where I was just kind of like showcasing how I practice for a video. And I beat the level, and it was kind of just nothing burger. I think the only thing I really remember of this level is because I thought the ending is cool. Because the ending is very intense. I think the ending is good. That's really funny, New Dark. It is, Jay, yeah. I thought this wave was the hardest thing ever, though, if I remember correctly, yeah. Absolutely impossible wave. I like this ending. I think this is the best part of the level by far. It's not because it's hard or anything. I just thought I just like the intensity of slow endings. Slow endings are always going to be a banger to me personally. If you want to make a level that I will find cool to play, always have a cool ending. That's the only reason I want to do Walter White. And the ending is so slow and cool. I fluked from 6, so good level. I don't agree with fluke equal good, personally. I'll give it a 4. I don't really remember much more of it. I didn't think much about it. Anyway, Sunset Sandstorm. Sunset Sandstorm is fire. When will I beat the Cognition series? I mean, I'm only missing Oblivion, aren't I? Is there another one? There might be another one, actually. Sunset might be a potential 10, I can't lie. Like, even so many years later, Sunset Sandstorm has such a good chance of just being, like, a top 10. Because, like, even though I don't ever think about Sunset Sandstorm anymore, it's just so good, bro. I mean, the first cue of Sunset Sandstorm being hard doesn't really do anything with it, right? It's kind of similar to how Black Blizzard works with the really, really hard beginning, where it's like, it adds so much to the intensity of getting somewhere, right? And I think it being so intense, or getting somewhere feeling so intense, adds so much charm to it and so much memorability. Like, if it was actually well balanced, I think Sunset Sandstorm would be significantly less interesting for it. Iron. Click, 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 click. Dude, such a banger. I'm a defender of the Sunset Sandstorm pre-drop. I think the pre-drop is great. The only thing I don't really defend is that one blind click at like 11%. That one's kind of booty. I really can't think of anything I have negative to say about the gameplay in this. I can't lie, bro. Like, yeah, the click at 11 is weird and, like, probably objectively kind of bad, but, like... Well, since I do have negatives, but, like... Having, like, one click be a negative, is that really enough to constitute detracting points? I don't really think so. I'll run it at 10 for now. I'll go back to it later, probably. Once I get back down to, like, the other 10s that I have that I know are gonna be 10 out of 10 gameplays, I'll see how I feel about them compared to Sunset Sandstorm, and I'll reevaluate. 9.9. I only do half points, so 0. It's increments of 0.5 for ease of everything, really. Gut feeling, yeah, for sure. Quantum processing, though. I don't like... Well, quantum processing, the only good thing I have to say about quantum processing is that it generated that one really fucking funny clip of me disappearing. That's a funny one. Anyone remember that one? Thank you, Chess. Appreciate it. Or I'll just call you Nathan. Never mind. Hitting the Quan. Yeah, I don't... The problem for me, though, is that I don't think necessarily anything is bad in quantum processing. I just find it so painfully fucking boring. I guess I, technically speaking, don't really like some stuff. I'll give it a 4.5. I think I find it more memorable than Torsion, and that's like the savior of it, because it has like that shit part that's like really funky. The waves are memorable, for better or worse. So it's not like a nothing burger, but there's nothing I like about it either. No, I don't like napalm. I've never said that I like napalm. Occult Outcry, however, that level's an absolute fucking slapper. Dude, we're on a kind of a shit streak other than Sunset Sandstorm right now. Kind of flopping. Occult Outcry I really like. Verification, so it very biased, by the way. Is Occult my first verification that isn't my own level? I think so. Yeah, Occult Outcry is my first Extreme Demon verification. That's not my own level. Hi, Nuggets. Thank you, thank you. Everything about how you write decimals in Norwegian? Yeah. I'm only using the comma right now because that's what is used for the well, it doesn't fuck up everything, but I do think it, yeah, it kind of like does that. Wait. No, it does fuck up. Because 4.5 should not be red. Should not be green. Because if I do that, then it's yellow. Yeah, I have to write it like this, unfortunately. Occult Outcry, I think, is like a good 8, though. Because I think it's really good. I really like it, but I don't think there's anything that stands out particularly to me. I think 8. As I go and I keep making, keep doing more of my ratings, I think, for me, just a good level where I don't have anything bad to say, but I also don't have anything like super duper memorable, is like an 8, right? Because like I really enjoy the level. I think it's fun, but I also can't like pinpoint specific parts of the level that I think are incredible, right? I think that's like the baseline for 8s. So with Erebus, where I think there are some parts that are like super aura, like the build up and the ship, I'll give it an 8.5, right? That makes sense? That makes sense to me. And with that, Berserk might be a perfect example of something like that. I think all of Berserk's gameplay is good. Berserk is just a good level. The ending is insane. The blue electric part is awesome. Anyone who remembers Griffith, like specifically this part is sick as hell, man. So good. Firework wave before firework. Absolute banger ending. I give it a 9. I'll slap it a 9. Deception Dive. Yippee! Are there any Deception Dive enjoyers? If you are an enjoyer of Deception Dive, please raise your hand. Yes! Leah, you're not allowed to like this level. Dude, the crazy part about Deception Dive is that it's so... Yeah, what I'm thinking about it, and Deception Dive straight up just has no standout part other than fuck, I don't even remember who made the really hard part. Like 80. Like the most interesting thing about Deception Dive is how bad the balancing is. Crampux, there we go. I thought the wave in Crampux was harder than the ball click, but I think that's also just another case of AeonAir being the worst fucking wave player until like 2023. I've never played platformer extremes, so I don't know. I have no interest in platformer personally. I have nothing, bro. Deception Dive is just so nothing, but it's also just not good. Like Crampux's part is not that good. A lot of it is just boring. The beginning is weirdly difficult as well, so you can't just like always get somewhere because there's like a chance that you'll die to that one ship yellow orb in the first part in Rustam. I run it at 2. I beat it in 45 minutes coming back to it if I remember correctly. So it's like Step to Hell. Step to Hell, I think, is one of my first, like, funny bad completions, right? Well, I guess you can call Phobos funny bad or funny good. Funny bad good, whatever you say. Why did I beat Step to Hell so early? I'm realizing this right now. Why did I play Step to Hell this early on in my Extreme Demon grinding career? Because, like, what the fuck? Hi, Luna. Hi, Broken. I kind of have nothing to say about it. I can't lie. I don't think there's anything inherently bad with it. I think there's, like, one part that has, like, some weird-ass transitions. But, like, I thought Step to Hell was fun. Like, I can recognize that a lot of it is really dumb. But, like, what even happens in Step to Hell, bro? What happens in this level, dude? Hi, Zeronium. Go away, Zeronium. Banger thumbnail, by the way. I remember the shit part being cool, but, like, what even is this level, dude? What is this level, Zemix? I like the level. I thought it was fun. I know I gave it a 5 enjoyment, but I think that's a case of me just getting kind of owned by it. Because if I remember correctly, I got fairly unlucky. Because, like, I like this level. I have fun memories of playing it. Have I, like, gaslit myself into thinking this level was awesome? Because, like, I think I had a bad experience. I gave it a 5. But I also recall finding it fun and enjoyable. That's why I played it to begin with. I thought it was a cool level. I thought it was cool in the stupidity. That blue orb, I remember being evil as fuck, though. Holy. I don't know why I gave this a 5 out of 10 enjoyment. I genuinely can't remember. Dude. Hello? I remember finding this wave impossible as well. But again, I think that's just me being a noob at wave. I literally cannot figure out why I gave it such a low enjoyment. I genuinely cannot remember why. This is gonna be one of the one of those rare cases where I think I'll go with the 8 rule, where there's nothing that truly sticks out, but I like the level, and give it a 7.5, because, like, there's nothing that truly sticks out, but I do remember some parts that were kind of not my favorite, right? I think I'll run it 7.5. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. That blind click in the robot is ass, though. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't remember anything being that particularly terrible about it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. Timor. Timor is kind of dope, bro. This is another one that I just beat, and it doesn't really make sense that I beat it. I beat Timor when it was top 50, didn't I? I'm curious. Hold up. I gotta check this shit, man. Timor. I beat Timor in April 2021. I am just curious. Hold up. Pointer crate. Oh, you can put it in Russian now? Holy shit. They are evolving. I can't change it back, though. Hello? I think I broke it. Nope, there we go. Time machine. 21 April 15th. Go. Did I pass it? I must have passed it, right? Where the fuck is it? Oh, there we go. 53. It was 53 when I beat it. Oh my god! That's a Geometry Dash reference! Holy! Sorry. The thing I remember the most about Timor is the ending being the absolute hardest thing ever. I'm pretty sure Timor ended up getting nuked like 15 times, actually, so I think you're wrong. Low-key, I don't know if any one of you guys agree with me on this one, but Timor kind of seemed, kind of gives True Effect vibes. Up until the drop. Like, pre-drop kind of gives True Effect. And then the drop just goes ballistic. I remember that wave being like the bane of my existence, bro. Hi, Reisner. What up? Dude, this wave, that wave is so cool, dude. I forgot how awesome that wave is. Then you have this ending. This ending is so scary, dude. Yeah, I really like this level. I can't lie. This level is aged really, really nice. It's so 2021 coded, but at the same time, it's just so cool. This is Timor. I'll do 8.5 because the ending really sticks out to me. The ending always really, really stuck out to me, especially the last wave. I like it a lot. I also think the drop wave is just super cool. Welcome to AeonAir. Offends half of chat, probably. These are in completion order. They're in order of when I beat them. That's crazy, Big King. Damn. For those of you who do not know, I don't really like Thanatos, like, at all. I think like the entire first half just kind of sucks, and then the drop is mostly fine, except that it has like really weirdly aligned wave parts. I think Thanatos to most people is just hard carried by the song. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be so real. I genuinely believe that for most people, Thanatos is just so carried by the fact that the song is a slapper. Cause like, where's the good gameplay? Where's the good gameplay? I mean, better than Atsal is not that high of a bar, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think similarly to Quantum Processing, I think most of it is just like I just don't fuck with it. But the parts that I think I'll go lower than Quantum, because the parts that I don't like, I really do not like. I think what's his face? I think the misaligned wave duel is really frustrating a lot of the time. No, this is from Expedition 33, Hopeful. I don't know, Night Owl, I haven't opened the game. Anyway, Titan Complex. I don't think I have anything bad to say about Titan Complex. I'll skim through it, but I genuinely cannot think of a part in Titan Complex that I just don't think is cool in some way or another. Like, Titan Complex is just a banger. I think I might agree with a 9. Because, like, this level's just cool. There's, like, one part at, like, 80 I don't fuck with, which is the one weird one with the anime girl or whatever. I think that part kind of smelly, but, like, it's, like, 5 fucking inputs. Can we watch the swing copter? Absolutely. It's like the #1 aura part. I also really like this part. I think this part is really cool. I always thought this wave was really, really cool. Don't like the artificial ascent part? That's fair. That's valid, actually. It's so cool, dude. The song is also awesome. I have played Expedition 33. Yeah, I played it when it came out. I played it the day it came out. This UFO is a little silly. I think this UFO and probably the artificial ascent part and that one anime girl part is probably the two things that hold me back from giving this any higher than a 9. 9 is really good still, though. Well, I don't know. I think this part looks cool, dude. I just think the gameplay is a little weird. Right? Hi, Badcraft. What's up? I also like that spider. Maybe I'm the only one. Yeah, the Swing Copter song duo is just absolutely exceptional. No, Empyrean's going to be very, very late because I'm doing it in order of completion and Empyrean is like 200. And we're at 50. Here comes one of the most awesome parts ever. Oh, yeah. Now that's gameplay. Hi, AT. What's up? Yeah, the swing cover is just legendary, man. What a sick part. Yeah, this part. It's not an anime girl. It's fucking Sylveon's ears. But I never liked this part that much. I thought this part was always very awkward. Was that because I died to it 700,000 times? Probably. Most likely, actually. But, you know. I'll give it a 9. I think it's really good. Dark Odyssey. Dark Odyssey, Dark Odyssey, Dark Odyssey. Hot take. I think Dark Travel is better. Visually speaking, Dark Odyssey clears. For sure. I prefer Dark Travel's gameplay, though. Hi, Client Type Baines, what up? I don't think there's anything inherently, like, terrible about it, though. I think it's just one of those levels where it's, like, it's solid. It's decent. I don't think it's I don't think it's, like, an occult outcry or a retention where it's just, like, good the entire way through. I think there are lulled parts that are just kind of boring. I think the beginning is really boring. I don't know, Michigan Bird. It's hard to say. I have not, Little Stuffo, no. Nice, Baines. Good stuff, man. Hi, Tezzy. I have not. I'm waiting for all 3 of them to release before I play it. I'm waiting for all 3 so I can, like, binge them back to back to back. I think I would just rock a 7 for Dark Odyssey. What's another 7 that I've given, actually? Dolos, Aftermath. Yeah, I think I'll call it a 7. Because, like, I like it. I think it has good moments, but there's nothing exceptional. Maybe that one mountain part is pretty cool. But otherwise, it's just, like, you know, just solid. Forbidden Isle. Okay. Abso-fucking-lutely, Hope Fuel. I'm so excited. I watched a 2-hour analysis video of the reveal trailer before stream. Yes, Latias. It was here, 9. Forbidden Isle is kind of nothing. Like, is it fair to call Forbidden Isle the most bog standard level, like, ever? It's so inoffensive. It doesn't do anything spectacular. There's nothing inherently terrible about it. It's mostly just skill-based FPS slop. I'll give it a 5.5. Because while I don't think there's anything spectacular about it, I also don't think there's anything bad. Right? I don't think there's anything inherently bad with it. Bloodlust. Ooh, boy. Bloodlust, Bloodlust, Bloodlust. That's fair, Ariane. I don't blame you. I think X is worth it, yeah. Especially if you can get Definitive Edition, I would recommend it because you get the additional chapter that I think is pretty good. Hi, Gus. I've not played Skycrab's level, no. Maybe in the future. My doctor did say that I can still play. I just can't play like very intensely. So Silent Clubs will still have to wait. I'll probably finish these things though before I get a little bit into it. Playing again. Anyway, Bloodlust. Bloodlust to me, I think, is going into the same vein as Timor and Erebus and the other 8.5s, whereas like the exceptional parts are there, but there's nothing that insane, right? Like I think the standout parts of Bloodlust is like the corridor. I think TMN is awesome. I think TMN is a fantastic ending to the level. I think Bloodlust does the ending like a really, really good way. I think Etzer is also really good, but that's just a continuation of Bloodbath. And I think Namtar is absolutely stellar. Zaro's part, I'm kind of indifferent about. I think it's fun to play when you feel like you're consistent at it, but it's one of those parts that I feel like can sometimes just not cooperate. I like the extension past Manix. I think Manix's part of the extension kind of sucks. Is that a crazy take? I think Manix's part plays really awkwardly with all the fast-paced like micro-clicking in the robot jumps. I find them very weird. Terron's part is fine, I suppose. Willie's part is cool. I like Willie's part. The Manix is like the very beginning of the extension. Yeah, so I'm not crazy for saying that. Okay, that's good. I think I'll rock it an 8.5 because I think overall as a full package is a good level and it has those 4 really, really standout parts. So yeah, I think 8.5 is fair. I think 8.5 is a very fair ranking. That's a good night out. Glad it's not breaking. 10th Circle. How the fuck do I feel about 10th Circle? 10th Circle is so song carried, bro. 10th Circle is just so song carried, dude. I can't lie. Oh my goodness. Like ultimate song carry. I like the part where it wiggles back and forth. That's pretty much it, though. 6, I guess? Well, what are some other 6s I've given? Arcano, Allegiance. Cataclysm, yeah. That feels about right. I'm indifferent to most of it, except for that one part that I really, really like. That sounds like a 6 to me. Shatter. Oh, boy. Dude, Shatter annoys me. Because, like, conceptually, I should really like it. Shatter just feels like a level I should really like, but I just don't. I also did beat this before it got nerfed, by the way. Just like an FYI. But, yeah, no. I feel like Shatter is a level that I should enjoy a lot more than I do. Because, like, the pre-drop is really cool. But it was, like, the most choke pointy thing ever created when I beat it. And I think this UFO is really dope. I really like this UFO. Yeah, the UFO is kind of sick. I like the blocks when the blocks wag like a tail. Okay, Ariane, I see how it is, buddy. This duel as well is cool. Very consistent. I'll give it a 6.5. No, I feel like it's the exact same thing as 10th Circle, though. It's a level that I feel very indifferent about gameplay-wise, but there's, like, one part that I really like. But that part is really long, though, so I'll give it a 6.5. Anyway, Rash. Oh, we're coming up on Sleeper Central here in a minute. We're coming up on... Dude, I had such a shit time in this region of playing, man. Holy. Anyway. I'm getting ahead of myself here. What do we think of Rash, bro? I think my problem is that I didn't play Rash, dude. I didn't play Rash. I never played the fucking level. I beat it too fast. So, like, there's... Well, I guess there are parts that stand out. I really like that one wave where it's like... That part is really cool. And I like the ship where you go like... You know? But I think... I do genuinely believe that me fluking it as hard as I did was a fat fucking negative for me. Like, in retrospect. Because I just don't have... I only associate Rash with the fluke and the decoration and nothing with the gameplay because I don't feel like I played the level ever. Because, like, if we go main sheet, right? And we hurry on down here to Rash. Like, I spent as much time with Rash as something like fucking 10th Circle, which is significantly easier. Shatter took me almost twice as long, basically. Like, I just didn't spend a lot of time with it. Like, I almost spent as much time with Napalm as I did Rash. Right? So it feels so hard to, like, comment on how I feel about the gameplay, because I just don't remember playing, like, anything of it, basically. But, like, I really enjoyed it, right? I thought it was so fun. I think I'll do 9. Because I can't really, it's just one of those things where I just genuinely, like, it's so cool. There's so much cool with it. And the few things that I did really, that do really stick out to me, stuck out like a sore thumb, basically. What the fuck? Anyway. I dead ass think the fluke kind of like made it impossible for me to rank this properly, because it's not a level that you can kind of like look at and be like, yeah, I know how this plays. Because if I remember correctly, I really struggled with this wave, obviously, but then I fluked the whole thing, so like, who fucking knows, bro? I thought this part was a little whatever up until like the jumping into the worm mouth. And I always found this UFO spam part kind of weird. Yeah, I think I'm fine with a 9. I think I'm fine with a 9. The ball is really good. The ball is really, really, really good. Thank you, Axie. Appreciate it. Broken Signal. We're coming to a streak of sleepers here in a moment, by the way. Broken Signal, I will give like a 7. Good level, nothing spectacular, nothing out of the ordinary for me. Yeah, I think Broken Signal is another one of those levels that I think just with time is just kind of like aged worse for me. I think the only thing of Broken Signal that it really stands out as like exceptional is the melting thing, right? I felt fairly neutral on the gameplay as a whole. I remember enjoying the gameplay. I thought it was fine. Nothing like super stand out. It's just that one melting thing that's so fucking cool. I'm doing Song and Deco, yeah, as you can see here. I'm just not doing it today. Precipitance is exceptionally nothing. But unlike Forbidden Isle, I don't actually think it does anything like particularly good either. Yeah, I'm fine with giving Precipitance just a slap in the middle 5. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember the click pattern. I just thought it was okay, bro. I mean, have I beaten? that many. Dude, I was on a fucking streak here. Holy shit. I forgot. Anyway. Gnome is another one that I don't think much about it, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think Gnome is another one that's just like, it's kind of carried by the fact that Zephyrox is a good creator. Yes, AT. I'm gonna listen to the actual song. I'm gonna pull up the songs and just listen to it without the context of the level. If that makes sense. I'll do 4.5. I really do not think Gnome has anything of interest. Volume as well is a low one for me. Volume has that one wave part that really sticks out, but like, I'm gonna be so real, I don't like Volume's gameplay at all. I'm not doing full songs. I'm doing the part of the level. I'm gonna pull up a showcase of the level, and I'm gonna listen to the video, but not watch the video. Volume's like a 3 for me, I'm not gonna lie. Necropolis as well is not very good. I think Necromancer is way better. Do I have any other 2.5s that I can compare with? Acropolis, I gave a 2. I think it's better than Acropolis. I think it's like, yeah, 2.5 feels right to me. Niflheim, though. Niflheim's kind of a banger, I'm not gonna lie. I really like, I like Niflheim quite a lot, actually. Hell yeah, Darklands, you're so right. Niflheim's good. Niflheim's really good. But I think Niflheim is... I'm gonna lower Broken Signal. I'm thinking about it, and yeah. There's nothing standout, actually. I think I'm lowering it to a 6. I can't lie. Niflheim is like a 7.5 to me, because there are parts I don't like. I don't like the like, what's it called? I don't even know how to call it. Which part am I thinking of? I'm thinking of this part. I think this part is a letdown. I think this part's kind of poo. Which is like why I'm not giving it like a straight 8, where it's just like, I think the level's just good overall, but there's nothing like really stand out. Like it's the funny part of this level that makes it stand out, right? Like when it comes to the memorability of it, it is the funny of it a lot of the time, right? So it's just a good level. I'm downgrading it from an 8 to a 7.5 because of that one like indoor part with the coin after the really cool wave part. I think that's how I'm gonna scale it. Yeah, pre-drop is a little bit whatever. I think the pre-drop is fine though. Nice, Rin Valor. Hell yeah. Nelv. I think it's in the same realm for me as like Black Blizzard, Killbot, where it's like Subsonic, where it's like, it's just a banger level. I have a couple nitpicks though, so I can't really give it a 10, like a clean 10. Because there are slight things that I find slightly yuck. I think the beginning is slightly boring. I don't like the ball at the very beginning, like the pre-drop ball before the red part. I think that part's a little just whatever. Doesn't really hold up. And I think the UFO double click is really awkward before the mountain. And the parts of Nelv that stand out are so sick. I love the red part. I love the mountain. I love the end duel. So good. Anyway. Conical Depression. Okay, so Chat. We're gonna need to have a real talk about the fact that conical depression is really fucking good. The worst part about conical depression is specifically the click right at as you get to the drop. That's like the only bad click in the whole level. I can't lie. It kind of downgrades a little bit that the last like 30% of the level is just a really boring mini wave taken from Stereo Madness. But conical depression is kind of a fucking banger, bro. Is it crazy to rank conical depression above Niflheim? Probably. 8 feels good to me, though. 8 feels good to me, because, like, in every single part that is good in conical depression has something unique and something special, but in the fact that every single part has something special and something memorable, none of it is, if you know what I mean. I don't agree with that, Daniel. I do not agree with that. So, conical just feels like a bog standard 8 to me. What about speedrun? What about speedrun? I think speedrun is just another one that's just... With time for me, speedrun has kind of like been downgraded as well. I think Innards stands out more on its own. Speedrun is kind of similar to Accio with me, where it's just like, I beat it while it was at its peak in terms of like quality, and then as time has gone by, more and more levels have come out that surpass speedrun as just a good level. Speedrun's cooler, I agree. I just don't think the gameplay stands out as much. Visually, I think speedrun's better than Innards for sure. I just think speedrun's gameplay has less moments of really fucking awesome than Innards. I think the duel in Innards kind of carries it above it for me. Not just it's bad though, it's still a absolute fucking banger of a level. I'm realizing, by the way, I think it's gonna take 3 whole fucking streams just to get through gameplay. Oh my god, this is gonna take way longer than I thought it was going to. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my goodness. I think the vibe deco part is gonna go a lot faster though. Speedrun should be full caps, you're right. My bad. Anyway, Sigma interface. I'm not a big fan of this one. I think it's the worst interface. Is that a hot take? Probably. Might be. Man. I don't have any good feelings about this level. I can't lie. It's kind of just mediocre. I don't have anything, like, egregious to count it for. But unlike something like Cataclysm or dude, every time I go back to it, Broken Signal just kind of, like, slumps, bro. Fuck. Broken Signal's gonna get nuked by the end of this, man. Broken Signal's gonna get nuked by the end of it. But unlike Allegiance, unlike Cataclysm, what's another 6? Where's another 6? I don't know, man. 10th Circle. Yeah, Sigma Interface doesn't have that one part that I think is really cool. I think the visuals are great. I think the vibe and deco is gonna carry it hard. But gameplay-wise, it has nothing, really. Nelva's song and vibe deco carried, yeah, for sure. I mean, the gameplay's still fantastic. It still gave it a 9.5, but, like... Anyway, Distraught. This is another one I really do not like. I do not like the Cinnabon, no. I've really, really disliked it. Distraught's ending, I think, is horrid. I think the choke points towards the end of this level are not good. I think the drop gameplay, generally speaking, is kind of lame. And, like, weirdly high CPS. I don't like this level, man. What's another 3 I can compare it to? Napalm. I think the only thing that, like, I think the tunnel of from Napalm in Distraught for me is I like the first cube. And I think that's the reason why Distraught is so just not me and why I'm so different to everyone else with Distraught, because I think the first cube is the part that I like. The first cube is the only part of Distraught I actually like. Is that bad? That's crazy, Amatsu, actually. Rust, though. I think Rust is just another 9.5 for me. Because, like, I have nitpicks that I don't really like that much. I always found the wave to be really out of place. And the start of the drop is just really, really hard. But, like, man, Rust is just a fucking banger, bro. Everyday tasks as well, Smag Mommy. Everyday tasks as well. I was really struggling yesterday. I was carrying a kilo of flour in my hand, and it was really, really, really hurting my hand. So it was really weird. It felt awful. The last cube is peak. Anyway, let's go base cave. Also, as for Rust 10 out of 10 enjoyment, it's like a 97, I think. There's going to be a lot more 10 out of 10s enjoyment than normal. Basically, I took my 0 to 100 scale, divided it by 10, and rounded up to the nearest 0.5. So a 97 is going to be a 9.5, but a 98 is going to be a 10 out of 10. So U235 is also a 10 out of 10. So is again Wida. So there's going to be a good amount of 10 out of 10 enjoyments that weren't a 10 out of 10 when I initially beat them. Anyway, base cave. Base cave was probably a better example because I think the gameplay in base cave is kind of ass. But I love base cave. Base cave is such a fun level, but it's only fun because of how bad it is. It's a very Phobos-esque level where the enjoyment comes from finding it stupid. You know? Hi, Guymox. What up? No, not at all, actually, Violet. My ranking video for this is going to be very different. Like, super different. I have a very specific idea for how I'm going to be doing this ranking video, and it's going to be completely different to any other ranking video. So yeah. Oh, you're 100% right, actually, Algo. I should have been carrying a kilo of feathers instead. That would have been way easier. Anyway, base cave, I feel like it's just like a 6. I feel like there's nothing spectacular about it. A lot of the parts are really nothing burger. I think the part of base cave, to me, that stands out and what levels it to a 6 and not something lower is in the same vein as Cataclysm or Allegiance, where they have, like, one part that's really cool. I think the deadlocked, like, corridor part, where you do, like, the teleport stuff, is really fucking awesome. No, the enjoyment does factor in. Enjoyment is 0.4 and gameplay is 0.3. They level out to 0.7 together. That part always had aura in Deadlock, and it has the same aura in Base Cave. Also, I'm kind of mad that because of re-rates, Base Cave is no longer my 69th Extreme Demon. Anyway, that's besides the point. Anahita. Anahita feels to me like it's kind of just like, it doesn't really do anything special. It's just It's just a solid level that does very little else. I beat Anahito before it got nerfed, though. Yeah, it's a Yuka Terraria themed level, I'm pretty sure. Like, I can't remember... Like, I have a pretty low enjoyment on this, right? Yeah, 4.5. I think that was just experience, though. I think it's going to be similar to, like, Pure Veil. I know Pure Veil is one where I have a really, really low enjoyment, but I don't think the gameplay itself is anything bad. I just found it very frustrating because I just got skill issued really fucking hard. If I remember correctly, though, my title for the video of this level was, like, shit hitboxes or something stupid. But I think that got fixed after I beat the level, because I do know that this got updated like twice after I beat the level. And I think like this shit part was really cool. And I enjoyed the slow parts of this level. I think the slow parts are really cool, really neat. And then this ending is, this kind of reminds me of, what's that one level? Unknown Civilization. There we go. That's a Vit? What the fuck? Vit is in this level? Hello? Most surprising thing of all time. Vit and Hypno made this part. That's fucking crazy. Hi, Psych. Hi, Fried Chick. What up? What a legendary fucking collab that is. Yeah, Anahita to me just seems like a 7 to me. Like, it's a good gameplay that just doesn't stand out whatsoever. Hypno does have some random ass collab parts, you're right. Low Death. Oh my goodness gracious. Low Death. That's the GOAT right fucking there. I give Low Death a really low rating. Really? I fucking love Low Death. Huh. Low Death is straight gas, yeah. I think the unenjoyment of it, though, comes from the fact that it takes a long time, and I just kind of got skill issued by it, I can't lie. I think drop... I think the 2.0 part to the end of Low Death is absolutely fucking fantastic. And I think the 1.9 part and earlier is the part that I don't like that much. I think I'll run it 7.5 because now that I think about it, there are definitely parts of the beginning that I do not like. Most specifically, when you get out of... When you fall down and you have to do all those, like, jumps consecutively, and then you get into the really stupid shit part, like the I always found that part to be really frustrating. I think that's going to be the lowering factor here. From 8 to 7.5. That is cheating, yes, because Deco does add difficulty. But I mean, if you're enjoying it for yourself, then who cares, right? Anyway, Sukuban Hell. Fuck, do I have... Dude, it's gonna be such a... I'm gonna get so gassed up, or gassed down, I suppose, or shit on for hating Sukuban Hell, when I'm such a massive defender of Kinos. But Kinos is just the waves, bro. And I don't even fucking... I don't even dislike the waves that much. I just think it's stupid that you have the second wave twice. I like the UFO. I think the UFO is the one redeeming factor for me. I think the UFO is fun, and the ship as well is, like, it's okay. Is it just a straight 1? Honestly, probably. I don't know, man. Sukuban Hell is just, ugh. Sukuban Hell is gonna be really fucking low on my little ranking. Oh my goodness. It's worse than Red World Rebirth. I don't agree. Because Because Red World Rebirth is primarily just really boring, but at least Sakup and Hell is funny enough, or at least Sakup and Hell has like a fun part. I like the UFO. I will defend Sakup and Hell's UFO. I think the UFO is fun. Anyway, castling. Who remembers anything about castling, bro? I beat this when it was Insane Demon. I don't get the Red World Rebirth. I just think it's really boring. It being boring is just the #1 crime of it, really. And because of how unfathomably easy the first half of the level is, it just, you kind of like fall asleep. Wasn't castling shit? No, I don't mind castling. I gave it a 6.5. But I also beat it as an Insane Demon, so I feel like castling to me was probably more fun because I played it as an Insane Demon that I knew was just really unbalanced, and not as an Extreme Demon. I beat it as a funny little challenge for myself because it has that one, like, 144 hertz frame perfect at 4% or whatever, and it has that one wave. But, like, other than those two things, the wave and the 4% jump, it's kind of really uninteresting and kind of nothing at all, actually. I think I enjoyed this for how dumb it was, and not for the gameplay being good. Like, high key. Like, this wave right here is the only notable thing of the entire level, basically. Specifically, this one recorrection. But, like, other than that, like, what the fuck even happens in this level? I know that Cool Dash died to the end of this, like, 100,000 times. You do see Never Say Die Volume 7, yes. I mean, that gap is kind of hard, I suppose. This ship is cool, though, I suppose. I like the ending, even though the ending is really, really hard. Specifically, this wave is the really hard one, which makes it stand out. I think I'll just run it a 6. It's similar to Cataclysm. It's a nothing burger with like one really cool part. That's pretty much all it is. Ooh, that's cool, Violet Vixen. I might check that out one day. Necromancer. I'm rubbing my hands together because this is a certified AeonAir hot take. Yippee! I love this level. I think this level is so fun. I'm such a defender of Necromancer. I think this level is... I want to say the best take on the Necropolis style of level. But I also like Ithacropolis a lot. So... But yeah, Necromancer is one of those levels where it's like... None of the parts I dislike, and the parts I like, I really like. So by that standard, it should be like an 8.5, right? Because it has that it factor of certain parts being really cool. Because I think the corridor in this level is the best iteration of the corridor in the Necropolis, like, Necropolis verse, I suppose you can call it. Because, like, it's kind of just a banger. Like, this part is so cool. And then this ball part just feels good. Like, doing these, like, ball clicks. These ball clicks are so much easier than they look, by the way. These clicks look so fucking hard. They're really not, and they just make you feel like a badass passing them. I guess the only thing you can call bad is that this UFO is, like, the hardest thing ever created. And it's only because the transition into it kind of sucks dick. But, like, this part right here, awesome. Platinum cooked. Platinum went hard with it. And then this part is cool. I like it. I enjoyed it. And it has the funny tech death. Everyone, shout outs to the funny tech death. Yeah, this is just like an 8 for me. I can't lie. It's just one of those levels where it's like, I just like it. I might have... I'll give it an 8. I'll give it an 8. I think 8 is fair enough. You just gotta get good war cut. I can't lie. Hi, Spark. I think Castling plays well. It's just that it's kind of just nothing burger-ish, you know? Castling is just kind of like an average, decent level. But then it has the ending being like very standout and very memorable. To me, at least. Anyway, Requiem. Dude, I feel so conflicted. I feel so fucking conflicted because I like Requiem more than I like Killbot. But I also think Killbot has better gameplay. But like, Killbot is a 10 on my enjoyment, while Requiem is a 9.5. So like, Requiem's gonna end up below Killbot on my mathematically correct opinion list, which makes no fucking sense. Shit. I'm stuck. Oh no. I love the last UFO and Necromancer, dude. Song and Deco gonna carry trust. Yeah. The reason why I want to do Requiem lower than Killbot, by the way, is because I do think the pre-drop is just kind of nothing. Like, the pre-drop is just not interesting whatsoever. Unlike Killbot, where the pre-drop is thematically really cool. With, like, the loading thing. And how it works with the song, specifically. Meanwhile, the Requiem pre-drop just kind of doesn't do anything. But the drop in Requiem, I think, is really, really fucking sick. Requiem seems like a fine 9 to me. Myocardia, okay. Myocardia, for me, kind of falls into the same trap as Acu, where I think it's a lot... I thought it was a lot better then than I do now. You know what I mean? Okay, Reese, what up? I rock it a 7, I think. I think it's just a good level. I don't really have anything in particular. I think the vibe of it is kind of like what it carries. I think the pre-drop gameplay is really cool, and that's pretty much it. Like it's not a nothing burger 6 like Casting would be, but it's a good level with a standout pre-drop, and that's pretty much all. What the fuck do I do with Glisten? Medium length, yeah. This is me realizing I just don't know levels. A lot of these were really popular like many years ago. But if you weren't actively playing like 2021, you won't know a lot of these, or 2022. I think this is 2022 when I beat these. No, this is still 2021. Damn, I beat a lot of levels in 2021. Holy shit. What the fuck? 26 to 80? Damn. I beat 55 extremes this year. Holy shit. That's crazy. Anyway. Glisten, I feel very indifferent about now, actually. Yeah, I just liked Glisten. But now that I'm thinking back on it, like, I can't really think of anything that really stood out as, like, incredible. Last click times 53 incident. Dude, that's my favorite. It's my favorite ever, actually, of anything. Has a double click? Holy. It feels weird putting it that low, though, but, like... What's another 6.5 I have? Shatter? Shatter I actively don't like that much, though. No, I really like the UFO, and the UFO takes up, like, half the level. Yeah, as crazy as it sounds, I feel like Glisten is just a 6.5 to me. It's like, It's a good level with nothing spectacular. At least with Myocardia, I think it's just a good level, but I like the pre-drop quite a lot. But with Glisten, it's like... I think it's just how it plays. Because, like, it's just kind of like... Right? It's just kind of like... I don't know. I don't have anything special to say about it at this point. That feels so weird. That feels really weird. That doesn't feel right. But at the same time... I can't, like, think of anything spectacular about it. Like, thinking about the level. Like, there's nothing... It was just a fun experience. But, like, the gameplay doesn't stand out whatsoever, really. I mean, you could just change your, input... Or, like, the song offset for that, right? I do remember finding the UFO a little frustrating, but that's just anti-sync moment. No, I do actually remember liking this ending quite a lot now that I look at it. I think I'll run it at 7. Like, same reason as Myocardia, just flipped, where it's the ending that I really like and not the beginning. So everyone's going to have to do this for 1,000 extreme soon. I can't wait. He's probably going to run through it a lot faster than me, though. I'm going, like, very in-depth, personally. Hell yeah, Dagger. What about Incipient? How do I feel about Incipient? Incipient is cool. Incipient's a sleeper pick, I think, for an 8. Y'all agree? Incipient's just good fun. Incipient's just good fun. Hurricane, I don't remember. Hurricane, I just straight up do not remember anything about. I'm not gonna lie. No, I agree, Spark. I honestly kind of agree. Prefer Tornado, that's fair. I think Hurricane is my favorite of the 3, though. Especially this part. This part is so fucking good, man. Maddox and Chase were... Chase's parts are really, really, really good. That's a cool glitch effect. Damn, okay. I forgot how good this level looks. This is another level I fluked like crazy, isn't it? Not really. 65? Doesn't really feel that crazy. This is not that hard. This is like easy tier, I think. It does have the best song of the trilogy, yeah. Yeah, I just remember this being a good level. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna give it the same treatment as Incipient and give it an 8. I just remember it being fun, but there's nothing like super stand out. Make It Drop is another one I just genuinely do not remember. I did beat it for 12 Years of Christmas. Yeah, you're right. Why with clicks, buddy? Why would you make an 8K 60 FPS showcase with clicks? I don't remember how I feel about this level. Yo, Cork, what's up? Oh, I looked at enjoyment, not worst fail, did I? Oh, I died at 98. LOL, never mind, I'm a fucking noob. Oh, right, no, I remember. For Hurricane, I fluked the fuck out of it, and then I died to the ending. Music festival this weekend? Hell yeah. This is made by the Acheron guy, yeah, it's Ryamu. I don't remember this being very buggy, personally. But I also don't remember feeling particularly strongly about it. I think I remember this being just kind of like a, it's fine kind of level, right? Nah, using the ship is built different, man. You just don't get it. Yeah, dead ass, I remember the ending, the slow ending being cool. This just feels like a 7 to me. Same vein as Glisten and Myocardia. It's just fine. 7 seems like it's just like the, I thought it was fun, but I don't really care much about it rank for me. I think that's what 7 is becoming. I like it, I just don't have any strong feelings. 8 is like the, yeah, it's great, but I don't have any stronger feelings than it's great. Right? That's kind of where I'm landing now. I do not know, Luna. It's because I don't know the proper capitalization for most of the levels. Moment is all lowercase, right? There we go. Moment is good. Moment is good. But this is another case of I fluked so much of it that I just don't have any deeper feelings towards it. Because I fluked it from like 50. I did not dagger, no. Nice, client. Hell yeah. Dora is all lowercase. Dude, what's up with people? To be fair, though, Puseb is not a good font for case, you know? I like the pre-drop of Moment. I think it's good. I remember really liking the ship, though. Yeah, Moment to me seems like one of those cases where most of the gameplay is just good. I don't really have much more to say about it, but I really like the ship, where you do all the like the slope shenanigans. I think that part is really, really cool. But it's not an Incipient or Hurricane where I think the entire level is really good. Right? Yeah. Okay, 7.5 still seems fine to me. I'm in just like good level territory at the moment, I think. Down bass. I don't think we're hitting 150 today, by the way. I think we're going to get somewhere into 110, maybe. Hi, Astro. Ending sucks. I wouldn't know, because I fluked from 50. So, anyway, down bass. Down bass is funny bad, right? Down bass is funny bad. The spams are hilarious, but it has those choke points that are not particularly good. But most of the gameplay in down bass is kind of inoffensive. Pre-drop and post-drop, completely inoffensive. Neither of them are either bad nor good. They're just kind of like fine or whatever. And most of the waves are fine. It just has that one like really awkward duel, and the spams are really awkward, right? So for me, that just seems like a 4.5, right? That's how I feel about it. Nothing inoffensive. But the things that are really awkward are kind of bad. Frozen Cave. Frozen Cave. Hi, Mantis. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Frozen Cave is impossible. That's true. The ship is awesome. The drop is awesome. The build-up before the drop is awesome. I kind of low-key feel like the very beginning and the very end are the two weakest points at Frozen Cave. I still think the ship with the avalanche is one of the coolest ship parts like ever made. I think that part is absolutely phenomenal. So it kind of feels like an 8.5? Yeah, an 8.5 feels good. I have my nitpicks, and I have my incredible parts. And overall, it's just a good level. Yeah, 8.5 seems correct to me. Doradura. Doradura. I will do it later, Luna. I'm too lazy to do it right now. No, I haven't even gotten close to Coveretta. Coveretta is in like the 150 area, I think. Further down than 150, it's 175, so we're far away. We're 100 levels away. Doradura, I can't lie, I feel very indifferent about. I don't think it has anything particularly bad. I don't think it has anything particularly good. Like, it's one of those levels where I genuinely feel like it's just kind of like, it's fine. It kind of just feels like a 5.5 to me, man. Like, it's indifferent, but it hasn't anything bad, and it doesn't have anything, like, particularly amazing, but it doesn't have something that makes me feel like it's dead on average. But maybe that's the song. I remember that one ship part at the very end, the last ship is a little silly. Just because it feels out of place. But not in, like, a bad way. Nice, Astro. Hell yeah. You got it, PCWN. I believe in you. Honestly, I kind of take it back. I feel like Dora Dora is like smack dab in the middle. Completely nothing. And I feel absolutely the same for Stella Luna. Stella Luna, I feel exactly the same about. It is so bog standard, absolutely fucking nothing. I guess the ending of Stella Luna is kind of cool. Oh my god. Stella Luna. That is not Stella Luna, my guy. Like, I remember finding this end cube to be kind of neat. Holy shit, internet, please. It's just a tense moment, right? Yeah, I remember finding this, the cube kind of tense at the end. I'll 5.5 it. I like it more than Dora Dora. Barely, though. Let I give Nelv 9.5. 9.5. AirTech is a cataclysm to me, where it's kind of whatever and kind of mediocre, but it has that one part that I think is cool, and I think the duel is cool. Hi, Ultra. What up? Played for the song? Fair enough. That's Skytech, not AirTech. I think, if I remember correctly, I really like the duel in this. And other than that, it was kind of like, it's a level, that's for sure. I enjoyed playing it, but like, thinking about it, it's just one of those levels where it's like, I don't have anything particular to say about it. It's just that it's a level that plays nicely with nothing spectacular, and it has a cool little duel. Very inoffensive level that doesn't really do anything spectacular. This wave looks cool, though. But I don't remember how he plays. Yeah, I think 6 is fine. Worst trip! AeonAir verification. Let's go! I did probably die to that wave a zillion times, yeah, but that's just wave in general, let's be real. Sweater weather is very far down. I was like in like the 200s. Yeah, 251. So that's gonna be in like a couple days. Worst trip. Worst trip is probably just a good 9 to me. I mean, obviously there's bias to it because I verified it, so I could like, I tweaked it to my own personal liking, and nerfed the things that I found personally frustrating. The duel is stellar. I think the pre-drop is great. The drop plays so well. And it just does exactly what it wants to do so well, right? Pre-drop is great. I think this part is probably like the least interesting because it doesn't really do anything cool or fancy. Like, the slopes are neat, I guess, but it doesn't really go past that. But I think that's just a case of the rest of the level just doing so much cool, right? Like, once you get here, exceptional. This part is so fucking cool to play. It just plays incredibly well. I think the pre-drop is what drags it... Oh, shit. I think the pre-drop is what drags it down from what otherwise would be like a 9.5 or a 10 to just a 9. Can't lie. That makes sense, right? Yeah. Force Group is awesome to watch, yeah. Biohazard. I remember hating Biohazard. Biohazard. Why is it slow? Thank God the game is not that slow normally. I just think this does Stalemate worse than Stalemate Redux. I just think it's a worse Stalemate Redux, I can't lie. The Stalemate Redux is so cool, it just flows so nicely, and then the Stalemate just didn't feel like it played very well. I think Worst Trip would benefit from having a slow ending. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I also think it just does the UFO worse, I'm not going to lie. I think the UFO is definitely the best part of the level, but again, I just think Stalemate Redux does it better. I think this was just a product of me just getting really pissed at it, though. Because, like, looking back at it, it doesn't look as bad as I remember it being. Like, surely straight flight can't be that fucking offensive, right? And it has a lot of parts that kind of just, like, equalize you. To give you consistent setups a lot of the time. It does end kind of weird, though. I feel like just, I'll run it as 6. I don't remember it. I remember having a really rough time with it, but it's like it doesn't look that bad. I can't lie. I just had a bad time with it back then. I think it's kind of low-key a skill issue. Anyway, Search of Difficult, my favorite wave level. Yippee! Search of Difficult was the first level I beat wearing glasses. Fun fact of the day. I kind of just think Search of Difficult is a solid level. I have very little to say about it, actually. I just think it's a good level. I think the ship is very cool. I think I'll just rock it a clean 7. Yeah, it feels similar to Myocard Eggless and Make It Drop Anahita, where it's just like, it's so inoffensively okay, or so inoffensively good, but nothing great or spectacular. Right? That's how I feel about it. I'm gonna call it, leave it at that. Luna, how's Geverbix, the capitalization? Because I know it's fucky. Whereas Acura? Acura is pretty far down. It's like 150. Yeah, 150. Pretty far away from that one. Excuse me. Why is the E capitalized? What the fuck? That looks awful. Anyway, I don't like Geverbix. I think Geverbix is kind of bad. At best, it's okay. At worst, it's bad. Just straight bad. Ugh. Fuck you, Nexus. Yeah, beginning is not very good. This wave kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think, 3 is where I'll leave it. Sonic Wave! Oh my goodness, dude, it's everyone's favorite. Now, contrary to popular belief, I'm not gonna give Sonic Wave a 0. Because, I actually think that the... I don't know how to describe it. Specifically, I like this part of the second wave. I think this part is really satisfying to play. I like the head hitters a lot. I think the this part, solid. I think it's fun and satisfying to play. My biggest complaint about Sonic Wave, in retrospect, after beating it, is the fact that it's boring as fuck, because getting to the wave takes so goddamn long. The biggest crime of Sonic Wave is the fact that it's boring, right? It has 2 good moments of Wave where the actual Wave gameplay is satisfying and fun to play. The 2 that I just showed, which equals to roughly like 9% of the level. And another one of Sonic Wave's massive crimes is the fact that the start of the first wave is the hardest part of the level, in my opinion. I think the very beginning of the first wave is the hardest part of the level, and the fact that you get there pretty much every single attempt because the pre-drop is really fucking easy is just a crime. But the fact that I do actually like actively like 2 of the parts with it, I'll give it a 2. I think so much of it is so boring and so underwhelming. But the fact that I do like some of the parts will elevate it above something like Sucoup and Hell and Red World Rebirth, where I just think the levels just genuinely are boring, right? Auditory Breaker doesn't really fix anything with it. It just makes the level easier. But I think by merit, I should give it a higher score just because it is just slightly more fun because it's slightly less difficult. Anyway. Sarthix's most spectacular thing is the fact that it has that one video where the clicks sound like... That's like the most spectacular thing about Sarthix. That's the only thing I can remember now. I remember like nothing else. Sarthix. You play Sonic Wave for the wave, then you don't get to play the wave most of the time. I mean, you get to the wave like all the time. You just don't get very far into it, right? Sarthix, I actually really like the robot towards the end of the level. I think that's really cool. I think that part's dope. Well, the ball was never hard to begin with in Sonic Wave. I never understood the Sonic Wave ball hard sayers. I always thought the ball in Sonic Wave was really easy. I had like 2,000 drop attempts on Sonic Wave, unironically, and I think I died to the ball less than 100 times. The ball was just never hard for me. Oh, I forgot this level's gay. I love it. I forgot that completely, actually. Holy. This wave is fine. I like this part. This is like the one part of the level that I think is really cool. This robot as well is awesome. Sarthix is like a good 7. Sarthix is a good 7 to me. Maybe a 7.5 actually, because now that I think about it, it's like mostly just a good level, but it has that one part that's really, really sick. We did down base earlier, yeah. Down base is here. Give it a 4.5. Static Ignition. Static Ignition is overall kind of nothing burger, but it's kind of decent as well. I like the wave a lot in Static Ignition. I think the wave is the one thing that I think is really cool. For the most part, this level kind of doesn't do much spectacular. The ship part is absolutely impossible. The ball is solid. But when you get to like here, this level becomes really cool. Not necessarily this part, but this wave is really awesome. This wave is very satisfying. I'm a big fan of this wave. Even if it is like conceptually very simple, I find that wave very, very fun. So I think I'll give it 6.5. I'll lower this to a 5. I can't in good conscience give it a 6 when I just going off visually it being cooler than I remember it being. Thank you, Luna. Appreciate the disgusting clicks. Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Dude, it's so funny looking at Silentium Grotto's 1.5 enjoyment when I'm literally playing Silent Clubstep. So I think it's pretty solid. It's a good level. You should check it out. It's easy as well. So if you can beat Extreme Demons, then go for it. Oh, oops. Oro, I feel kind of nothing about, actually. I really like the pre-drop. Even though the pre-drop is like by far the hardest bit, I like the pre-drop quite a lot. I like Loser Jake's part. I think that part is good. I really like the dragon boss fight towards the end. I think the dragon boss fight is super sick. But there's a lot of the middle of the level that is just kind of whatever. I think I'll give it a 7 though. Because like it's, as a whole package is good throughout the entire bit. There are some bad parts and there are some better parts. I think averaging it will give it a 7. Oro is going to get carried by song and vibe deco, though. For sure. Like Devin's part all the way to the slow part? Yeah, that's fair. I found that to be the most nothing or uninteresting, though. Do I watch Tried? I speak to Tried more than I watch his videos. Does that count? Anyway, so Legend of Grottos. I don't remember how it changes much. Or how it does the changes for the level itself. Oh my god, it's so much easier. That's actually insane. Huh. It's actually crazy how much easier that spam is by making it a fucking ball part, by the way. That's crazy. See, my problem, right? My problem with this is the fact that I think the thing that makes Silent Clubstep so interesting to play is the fact that it's so ridiculously hard. I don't think the gameplay itself is that good. It just kind of gets carried by the fact that it's a cool challenge. Right? You do a lot more clicks there, actually. Interesting. Or maybe that just Zoff doing his thing. Anyway. I'll give it a 5. I feel very indifferent. Hello, Tronic. What up? Hi, Origami Mas. What's up? That's because I haven't added it to the sheet because I don't know where I would have to place it. Not gonna lie. 8 jumps of fun and enjoyment. Yippee! Crowd control. Okay. Crowd control is another cataclysm to me where I think it's a perfectly fine inoffensive level, but I think the wave is really fun and cool. Neutratronic. Always Neutra. I don't even think the gameplay in Silent Clubstep is that bad. I just think a lot of the intrigue of it is removed in Silentium Grottos, and that's why I think it's worse. Because Silent Clubstep being as hard as it is, and being such a demon fucking challenge is what makes it cool, right? Like the first ship, right? Like the stray fly at the very beginning in Silent Clubstep is so much cooler and so much more interesting than it is in Silentium Grottos. And Silentium Grottos is just another stray fly, basically. Hi, Kyle. Doing the thing. 80X. God, what a nothing fucking level, bro. What the fuck even happens in 80X, bro? What happens in this level? I don't know. That's it. That's the level. Good job. Yeah, I'll give it a 5. I have genuinely no fucking thoughts, bro. Hello, Spinny Luna. Dude, that's the 5th Luna today. That's crazy. No, I agree. The best song about Ado is the song. Anyway, Atomic Cannon. Atomic Cannon got some mad aura, dude. No, Atomic Cannon is like a really high score. Like, Atomic Cannon is like an easy 9 for me, probably. Maybe even a 9.5. I can't really... I don't really have any faults for it. I literally do not think I have a single fault in the level, other than the fact that I think there's like a couple of things to nitpick. There was one click I really struggled with, so I had to like do like some weird like alternate clicking for it because I couldn't click fast enough. And I think that one transition in the ship is kind of ass. But like other than that, I think this level is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Moon Below as well. I feel exactly the same about. I think the Moon Below, unironically, S tier level. I think Moon Below is so good. Fuck. Yeah, man. What is bad in the Moon Below? Nothing. The ship, awesome. That takes up half the level. The Dash Orb, immaculate. I think the Moon Below I'll run a 9. Can't lie. And then Quar. What do I feel about Quar? Infinite Morog, I agree. Auramog, I agree. I think Quar is fine. Vipering Quar, yeah, it's my verification. I think the ending is a little bit anticlimactic. And I think the beginning is a little bit slower than I would have liked to. I think I should have buffed the pre-drop a little bit more just to even it out, because you kind of get to 40 every single attempt. I don't really think there's anything offensive with it. I don't think there's anything particularly incredible either. I think Flash's part is probably my favorite. What's another 8? Yeah, that seems about right to me. 8, I think. Yeah, the Mora Og. Super probably level. My 100th Extreme Demon. I kind of fuck with it. I think some of the bad parts are like really rough around the edges. 60 to like 70 is really whack. I think it's similar to Ouroboros though. I like most of it is just kind of like I like it, but is nothing crazy. The parts I really like, I really like. I think the ending is super aura. But then the parts I don't like are kind of rough. I think I'll just land on a 7 for it. Yeah. Bloodlust was my 50th. Bloodlust was 50. I've beaten Cognition, yeah. Cognition comes up not too long, I think. Never mind. Where the fuck is it? It's like all the way down here. Holy moly, it's so much further down than I thought it was gonna be. Where the fuck is it? Did I not beat Cognition? Did I like think I beat it or what? What the fuck? Huh. I did beat Raid Demon, yeah. Almost 200? Are you sure? Was it after Tartarus? There's no fucking way. Holy shit, Cognition was after Tartarus? How the fuck did that happen? That's crazy. Anyway. Anyway, Sync. Sync is another one of those levels where I just think is a good level with nothing, like, crazy spectacular. Sync just, to me, is like a bang-on 8 for gameplay. It was a 12 Demons of Christmas Demon, but I've done 12 Demons of Christmas for, like, many years. So, like, that doesn't really feel like it adds anything specific to it. Sync might be a 10 for me. Sync is good. Well, actually, maybe it's an 8.5. I think, I think once you get, like, around here, the level just becomes an absolute fucking banger. Like, I really, really like this part. Specifically, like, this area. I think this area feels so sick to play. Especially this ship right here. Oh, it's so good. Big, big fan of this area of the level. Yeah, 8.5 is good. I love Cyan. I do not remember anything about this level. I Love Cyan was my first level on keyboard. Wait. That means Sync is my last level on mouse. Really? On God? Huh. Interesting. Because I remember beating I Love Cyan to make a video on mouse or on keyboard. My first G2 playing keyboard was the Eraser Huntsman V2. Anyway, I remember this level just being good, man. I can't lie. I just remember this level being a good level, and that's pretty much the only thought I have. I give it an 8, yeah. I think I'll run it a 7. Because it's like, I don't think it's particularly amazing. I just thought it was a good level and fun, and that's pretty much it. Yes, everyone used mouse back in the day. You overwrote enjoyment, I think? No? Azurite Silo. Another bog standard ass extreme that has a few bad transitions. That's like the only thing I want to complain about, really. So I'll probably 4.5 it, because I do have complaints about it. Daybreak kind of blows, bro. Hi, HSS. What's up? Like, the most interesting thing about Daybreak is the fact that it takes fucking 10 years to start. Like, look at this beginning, bro. This was the original loose ends. High key. The level is just kind of... Yeah, I can't lie. There's like nothing in this level. Got 3. Disruption. Ooh, I like Disruption. But Disruption is another I Love Cyan where I just kind of like the level and I don't really have any other thoughts about it. I was losing it over that one wave part, but I think that's just a skill issue, let's be real. This was before I beat Poltergeist Reborn, so like, I was super noob. There's a level that made me Donald Duck. So real. So true. Disruption is good. I like Disruption. It's another 7, I think. Just a good level. Yeah, they pretty much are, Luna. I agree. Acrosis. That's my favorite Acropolis remake. Not that that says anything. Honestly, I kind of really dig Acrosis. That's fucked up, JJJ. I'm not gonna lie. An actual good Acropolis remake. That's exactly what I thought as well. I didn't fluke Acrosis. I fluked Armageddon. Not Acrosis, though. Acrosis, I died at 83. This one's gonna get a big upgrade in the deco vibe department, though. I think the vibes of this level are immaculate. It's kind of basic, but like I really like the vibes of this one. Yeah, I don't remember anything about Acrosis being particularly bad, man. I can't lie. I don't think there's anything particularly bad or offensive about Acrosis' gameplay. Poltergeist Reborn, I feel fairly neutral about. The only thing I remember is the really funny, like, break part. That's really stupid. And the ending being really whack. I think the original Acropolis is mediocre. You think we get to the mainframe soon? Absolutely not. That shit's like 5 years away. 160. That's going to be next stream. I think we're lucky to make it to 120 today. To be fair, we did spend like 40 minutes on the dailies. I'm not going to do that next time, most likely. Poltergeist Reborn. It's like a 5-5, maybe? Like, what happens in Poltergeist Reborn? The only thing I remember is the ending and the funny break. I also beat it before the update, though, Electrics, and I enjoyed it quite a lot, so... I was a very early victor of Acrosis. I remember this wave fucking me up bad, bro. Yeah, there was nothing really inoffensive or offensive about it. It's just kind of like, it's fine. And then I thought this part was really funny. Because I have, like, no brain cells to think properly. Yeah, I think a 5.5 is fine. Phantasmagoria might be one of my hotter takes, I can't lie. I know so many people
Good morning,
really like this level. It's the Wilt one. Zion, thank you for the 49 months. When did the stream start? When I normally start, 3 p.m. my time. I think this one's kind of lame, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I never got the hype for this one. I know a lot of people think this level is like absolutely fantastic. I always thought this shit was kind of mid, bro. The Wit one. Like, it looks cool. I like the visuals, especially this part. This part is sick. Gameplay never did it for me, though. People talked about it a lot when it came out. This is one of those levels that was super popular when it came out, and then it kind of just died out because better levels came out. But I remember this one being super popular when it came out, especially because the ball is, like, super hard relative to the rest of the level. But I never cared much about it. I'll give it a 6 because, like, I don't think it's bad. I think it's kind of bog standard, and then the ball part being, like, the standout. I never dream. I never dream. I love the Yannicka one. I think the Yannicka or the Zenovia Phantasmagoria is really good. I think I Never Dream is another case for me where I used to think it was a lot better than I think now. Because it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a good level. A good quirked up level. But I think you can tell that it's one of Skywalker's earlier levels. You know what I mean? I think one of the reasons why I think this level has aged a little bit is because I just know that Skywalker can do so fucking good. And just so much better in general. I do like the flower part quite a lot, though. With the ship and the yellow pads and the blooming stuff. This part is so cool. And then the rest is just solid. Yeah. It's like an Aki to me, whereas like it's not as good as I used to think it was, but it's still a really good level. That ship is really good though. Dude, the song is so fucking good, by the way. Oh my goodness. Armageddon. Now it's the fluke demon. I fluked this level from 21%. This level has a randomized part at like 60. And it's really fucking cool. I absolutely adore this level. I think it's so cool. This is... Is it a crazy take to say this is the best Cataclysm remake? Like 300, Latios. Hi, Lemony. Like, Manix just cooked with this one, bro. I can't lie. Like, this is just the best Cataclysm remake. Honestly, it's just the best Cataclysm adjacent level. I think it clears the other ones as well. I think it clears Bloodlust. No, maybe not Bloodlust, but Bloodlust is like all of them. It clears Bloodbath, clears Aftermath, clears Math, clears Bath. Dude, this level is just so sick, dude. Every time I rewatch this level, I remember how fucking awesome this level looks. Holy shit, it's so good. Like, look at this shit, dude. How is this a 2020 level, bro? You've been in the whole stream, dude. Did I just not see you or what? The fact that this is 2020 is wild, bro. Yeah, and then this is the randomized part. You can see that there are parts underneath as well that you can get, like other paths. Yeah, this level is absolutely sensational. If I remember correctly, the gameplay is also very solid. But yeah, that Armageddon is just great. I would not be surprised if Armageddon ends up being like one of my highest rated ones. Armageddon might be like a sleeper top 15 pick, low-key. Yeah, that's true, AT. But I think a lot of the aura for Bloodlust does come from the fact that it was #1 for so long, though, right? It's a little bit harder, Sam. It's a little bit harder. I was smoking some fluke shit at the time, you're right. Well, not really. Well, kinda. Semicolon 3 was another big one. Poltergeist Robornest fluke from 69. Tornado from 60. Then I went here, though. This was a stinker fucking run. 96, 96, 91, 95, 98, 83, 97, 95, 93. And that's awful. That's so bad. Anyway, Lights Out, if I remember correctly, is like absolutely nothing. Like, exceptionally nothing burger. It's so nothing burger, I can't even find a fucking showcase. So, Zeronium, thank you for being the GOAT. It does have a gimmick. You have to click for the gameplay to show. Like, the screen fades out until you click again. Orion is a showcase channel. It's just that the showcase of Lights Out was not this Lights Out. It was another one. I genuinely believe this level has like 15 downloads, by the way. Lights. Oh my god, I can't spell. Jesus Christ. That has 84,000 downloads. I mean, decent. Anyway, I don't recall this having like anything spectacular. I'm gonna 5.5 it because I genuinely do not remember anything like out of the norm with it. I just remember that I found the wave hard. This is a lot more on the vibes and deco and idea department than it was on the gameplay department. The gameplay in this is kind of just nothing. I think the most spectacular thing about the gameplay in this is that it was verified on mobile. Absolutely. I'm on Diao. For sure. It's a really good level. Rain Dance. Can I just do this? Call it quits? Rain Dance is nothing. Like, Rain Dance isn't even bad. It's just nothing. Polish alphabet is bad. Polish alphabet is BAD. In all honesty. Like, what happens in Polish alphabet? I know the... I remember the... Why did he showcase this? I remember the duel being really goofy, and that's pretty much all there is to it. Other than that, it's just kind of like... not good. The duel is just funny. So I wouldn't even call the duel like a highlight or anything. Thank you, headphones, for just randomly fucking dying. That's really... I really appreciate it. That's really cool. Yeah, I don't have anything positive to say about this level. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do that. Tornado. Tornado I was supposed to verify and then didn't. I also gave it a 4.5 despite getting to the drop like 3 times. I don't like Tornado's gameplay very much. I found it very awkward. I think some of the parts are okay. They play fine. Polish alphabet being a meme level doesn't really matter though. A meme level can still be good. Yeah, I just never cared or liked Tornado much. I'm not gonna lie. Tornado to me was just never... It just didn't click with me. Personally. Semicolon 3 though, I really enjoyed Semicolon 3. I really like the duel. I think the duel is a really, really good highlight. But it's also one of those levels that I just didn't get to play enough to where it like actually mattered. Right? I think it's just a 7. Right? Like, it's just a good level. I think the beginning is a little bit of downgrade, then the duel is really cool, and the rest of it is just good. Azurite by Royan. Has anyone uploaded Azurite Royan? Royan did himself. Good job, Royan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. I liked this level. I thought this was a fun 9 Circles level. Is it particularly incredible or interesting? No, not really. I just remembered finding it fun. Is it because it... I don't know. I don't really know why I liked it. I just liked it. Looking back at it, I can see why. It just kind of seems like it has some fun little click patterns. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, no. There's nothing crazy with it. I'll give it a 6. Because I remember I liked it. RTX on. I don't remember the gameplay of this at all. I give it a 9 enjoyment, though. So it can't be that bad, right? Rare with RTX on. 4K 60 FPS. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. God, it's impossible to find this fucking level. Yes. Yeah, I remember this just being a fun level. I can't lie. I remember the Black Rose being very enjoyable. Oh, yeah. I remember that spike being stupid. It was funny. Yeah, no, this just to me seems like a standard 7. Hard Machine, my favorite level ever. What do you even think of Hard Machine's gameplay, bro? Honestly, all of it except for Shalom is fun. I think the ball is very enjoyable at like 30. I always love that part quite a lot. I think the ship at 50 is really cool. I think the ending is awesome. I genuinely believe the last like 20% of the level is super awesome. Very much an enjoyer. But at the same time, there's a lot of like garbage. Like the jump at 18 sucks. Some of the transitions are brutal. Shalom is very, very not good. And then you have the like the blind clicks at 70 in the 70s. Because I do have parts that I genuinely do enjoy, I'll give it a 6.5. I don't think it's particularly that crazy, though. The heart attack part is funny. True. Falling up. I'm going to have to end very soon, by the way. I'm getting to paroxysm, and then we're stopping it there for today. Falling up, I really like. Contrary to what my enjoyment says, I actually think this level is very fun, or very good. I think it has a lot to do with the atmosphere, though. The gameplay itself is very mundane a lot of the time. But it just works so well in context of all of it. And then the duel is really silly. I feel like Falling Up might just be like a 7 for me. It's like similar to Arctic Sun. It's just good. It's just inoffensive for the most part. Maybe you can call it a little bit lower because the duel functions like half the time. But like... I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't hate it whatsoever. I just had a bad experience with it, unfortunately. And then Paroxysm as the final one for today. What do I think of Paroxysm, actually? Fuck. Oh no, I don't remember. Paroxysm. Because, like, I remember Paroxysm for the most part being fun. I like the wave. It's just a little brutal. But, like, this stuff right here is cool. I remember finding those spider clicks to be dope. This ship part is great. Feels cool to play. It's just that transition that was weird. This cube right here sucked ballsack, though. That was mostly just a weird inconsistency thing. Yeah, this UFO is cool. Yeah, I like a lot more of the parts in this than I remember, because I remember also really liking the last ship. I think the last ship in this is really cool. That robot jump sucked, though. Yeah, the ship part right here is really sick. Feels great to play. Surprisingly a lot higher than I thought I was going to give it, actually. I think it's just that one cube at 40 that's really brutal. No, Slavic, I'm not. And a red world would be more climactic. Not really. I think it's another 6.5 angle. Where the parts that I don't like, I really don't like. And the parts that I do like, I really like. And then everything in between is just kind of nothing burger, similar to Hard Machine. We can end on Red World. Red World is fantastic. I absolutely love it. It's one of the most boring levels ever created. I will, however, give it a half point more than Red World Rebirth because I think the swing copter is more interesting at the very end. Cool. We're gonna continue on tomorrow. No, are we? Maybe. No, probably not. Tomorrow's music day. Maybe. I'll see how I feel about tomorrow. Whether or not I do music tomorrow kind of depends on if anything interesting actually releases. I don't know about anything that is going to release tomorrow. So I might have to look into that. But anyway, we got through 121 levels. That's pretty solid. This is going to take a long time, by the way. Holy fuck. This is going to be a big-ass project. But the video that I'm making for this is going to be huge. The reason why I'm making this is because I want to have, like, the mathematical thing that Tech did, but I have such a crazy plan for the actual video itself that is going to be worth it, okay? We just have to get through the getting through part, and then once the ball starts rolling, it's going to be sick. It's going to be really, really, really cool, and I'm very looking forward to it. You have to trust the process for it. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today. Cool. I'll be back again tomorrow for more streaming. And it's going to be great. Thank you for hanging out. I truly appreciate it. I had a ton of fun today. And again, join Discord if you haven't already. On the Discord is where I'm going to go through whether or not we're doing the music tomorrow or if we're going to continue on with this. I don't know yet. I'm going to be 100% real with you. I'm just going to have to see what releases. And yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream much this weekend. Again, having visitors over on Sunday for the Barcelona Grand Prix. My mom and my aunt is coming over to watch with me and my girlfriend, and that's going to be fun. And on Saturday, I'm going to go pick my aunt up. So I will not be available to stream most likely. So the weekend's going to be a little bit slow. How long you stream, bro? Oh, already end. I've been live for 4 hours, brother. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out. I truly appreciate it. I had a great time. And I'll see you later. Goodbye.